We get started. Ready? Let's get the troop. 5 o'clock. Later. I'm trying to count on it. Ready? Call the meeting to order, please. Roll call, Beth.
Senator Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Councilmember Yates?
Present.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lachey?
Here.
Councilmember Hanson?
Here.
Councilmember Elke is absent. Councilmember Dickey?
All right, thank you. We'll start with item number 1, discussion with possible directions to staff regarding the Avenue of the Fountains Median Improvement Project. Ken?
Mayor Kavanaugh, members of the council, the Development Services Director will give you a presentation again on Concept B.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. All right, try that again. All right, good evening, Mayor, members of the council. On October 18th, 2012, staff presented the proposed Avenue of the Fountains Median Improvement Project, along with a contract for design and construction phase services with J2 Design. Council voted to have this item brought back at a special session tonight so that additional discussion and direction could be given to staff regarding the scope. I won't rehash all the steps that we've taken to get to this point, but we've met with, many user groups, public forum, public meeting, citizen comments. Again, this design is predicated from the Downtown Vision Plan, which was approved by council in 2009 and is also a part of our voter-approved general plan. On the screen, we have the Concept B again, which was presented at the last work study and also the last council meeting. In your packet, the best one to look at is actually the one that we showed previously that has the trees. If you look at the bottom one that shows the Concept B without the trees, you can kind of follow along, and I'll go through. I'm going to put some more detailed drawings up as I go through it, but this is the best one to kind of follow along with. This is an aerial view rendering of what the Concept B is. This also shows the future parking, which could be added at a later date. Starting at La Montana, there would be a large seating area. Could have a piece of a signature piece of public art. And then as we move from west to east, you would enter through a vine screen, and I believe there's 4 vine entry screens throughout the median. There would be a 10-foot wide pathway. The tents shown are 10 by 10 tents, kind of depicting of what a farmer's market or a smaller festival could look like on the avenue. The large art fairs, the chamber art fairs, those would obviously be too large and would need to be on the street. To the right, we have what we call an art node. It would have a seating. It would have kind of a wall or architectural feature, and then there would be a place in the middle for public art. As the public art committee gets funds for a piece, they would come to council, and there could be a piece added. Moving along the west median, there is a plaza for seating. It could have roughly 6 tables and umbrellas for people to gather. The signature water feature in the center of the west median is a cascade waterfall, has a plaza with additional seating, and also we're showing columns incorporated into the fountain for shade structures. As we get down towards Verde River, there would be another vine screen that you're looking through, and a water feature at the end of the median. Right now, we're showing a shallow pool with geometric shapes, and then water coming out of the top of the geometric shapes. As we go over to the east median, there would be a similar replica fountain. They'd be symmetrical, and we would look at reusing the sip and splash fountain that's currently existing there. Again, this is an aerial view of the east median. That first fountain would be a replica of the one on the other side of Verde River, and again, we would reuse the sip and splash fountain there. And you would enter through another vine screen. And the center water feature is the signature water feature in the center of the east median. This would have ground fountains. You could actually walk through that area if you wish, and the columns would have water spraying out into the center. Again, these columns are currently envisioned to be designed structurally sound for shade structures. And again, there would be seating in the plaza area around this water feature. The full length of the median, we would have a 10-foot wide pathway. We would also incorporate conduit for future lighting. We could either look at bollard lighting or lights similar on the outside of the avenue, 14-foot pedestrian lights, so we could hold night events. That is the end. That's just a walkthrough of the median. And based on the information from the last meeting, I did talk with J2 Design this week. We took another look at the scope of work that they had for their design and construction phase. There is the ability for us to cut down on the number of meetings, the number of visits that they have to come out here. There could be some cost savings there. We talked internally about having our building inspector and our engineering inspector do a lot of the electrical inspections and the structural inspections instead of their sub-consultants coming out and doing that, so there's savings there. So after speaking with J2, I mean, they're on board. They want to get a defined scope, work with me on the number of meetings that we need, so we can hopefully bring back a new design contract for your consideration. The contract that was proposed at the last meeting had $165,000 for design. That was, I think it had roughly a $7,000 allowance for the shade columns, for the structural columns. It also had about $35,000 for their services during design. We'll still need services during design. Construction. They're going to have to review shop drawings. If the contractor has any requests for information, they're going to need to take care of those. They're going to have to do as-built drawings. They're going to have to attend a few meetings with the contractor during construction, so we can't completely get away from some of their services during construction. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. What the big unknown for the design team is what the council wants those fountains to look like. You know, based on the input from our meetings that we had with the user groups along the median, the public, looking at the downtown vision plan, this is the concept they came up with. So if council has a different vision, you know, we would like to know so we can scope that. You can, I wouldn't say add, you can take stuff away, but be happy to answer any questions you have on the scope.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Ken, do you have anything to add before we go to speaker cards?
Mr. Calhoun, members of council, again, we heard from the last meeting, there's a number of issues that some of the individual council members had regarding different perspectives of the median. So I'm just wondering how you wanted to start this tonight. Do you want to talk about it from the way Paul presented it, just work incrementally, or do we want to talk maybe at the beginning and say, do you want to do concept B as written? and as proposed, that we initially had presented, or do you want to look at B and modify it? And if you want to modify it, then we need to talk about and list the issues that we want to talk about.
Okay, let's keep that in mind, and we'll go to our speaker cards first, and then we'll discuss how we want to proceed.
Mayor, we have 4 speaker cards. Boyce Baldwin, followed by Jenny Willengrad, followed by Carol Ellsthorpe, and then Michael Miller. So, Boyce Baldwin.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed council members, town managers. Thank you for your statement just then, because that kind of leads into what I wanted to say a little bit. But I'm here to voice my support and that of the Fountain Hills Cultural and Civic Association, of which I'm the president, for the Plan B median project. I know that you're here today to study options, and I trust that you will work out a solution that will bring this project in under the estimated $1.9 million figure. The basic plan that's already been discussed certainly has to be done. The irrigation, the electrical, and many of the existing features are 40 years old. They're past their prime. Why not, at the same time, work on enhancing the median and updating it with new features and enhancements that will make the median a showcase for now and into the future? It was said at the last council meeting that the median does not bring development. That's obviously true. It hasn't up to this point. But the median and the Avenue of the Fountains is the heart of Fountain Hills. It's the gathering place. It's where we have events like the art fairs, Stroll the Glow, the Homecoming Parade, last night's Halloween festivities, the Farmers Market, and many, many more. And it needs work. Yes, trees will have to be removed. Some that we love, but approximately 30 trees will be replaced by 100 trees. Some of the 30 have already been designated as potentially hazardous. The new trees will be smaller for a while, but they'll grow. The Greening of Downtown Committee, part of the Fountain Hills Cultural and Civic Association, has already gone on record as wanting to partner with the town and helping to raise funds to replant and raise money for those 100 trees that I just mentioned. Some of the 30, this group has already successfully worked in the Fountain Park to plant hundreds of trees and gardens and stand ready to contribute to the median project. I drive Saguaro every day, and I cuss it every day. I understand that it needs work, and I support repaving Saguaro. But the avenue also has to be taken care of. It's the heart of our community. It's where we gather. After Saguaro is paved, people will rave about how wonderful it is for 2-3 weeks, and then it'll become the norm, and everybody will remember how bumpy it was just a few weeks ago. But the median project will continue to draw our community together for functions and celebrations for years to come. I ask that you work to make as much of Plan B possible, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Boyce.
Jenny Willengrad.
Hello, Mayor and Town Council. Thank you for having us tonight. As a chairperson for the Greening of Downtown Committee, I'm here to show our support for the upgrade of the median and to extend our group's help in turning the median into a downtown gathering area and events location. As I drove in tonight and looked over, I saw the carnival taking place and the fair taking place, and I just realized what potential we have out there sitting right in front of us. Lost potential. Anybody read number 1 letter in the newspaper yesterday? This lady, Evelyn Goodwin. I have lived in Fountain Hills for 10 years. We are going to leave this beautiful place and buy a house where the town or area has something to offer. In the meantime, I think that Fountain Hills should look to Prescott. I know you've all got my email regarding Prescott. Jerome and other towns that have pulled themselves out of the nest and have worked at becoming destinations. She closes this letter by saying, I hope that someday this absolutely beautiful town of Arizona recognizes what it can become and to share its beauty with the rest of the world. So in my closing, I urge the council to look at the big picture for this project. There is no reason that Fountain Hills cannot become a destination location. We have the views, the parks, the fountain, and the people. The upgrade of the median is not only a safety and maintenance issue, but an economic decision that can help bring businesses to Fountain Hills. If the town cannot afford to pay for the entire upgrade at this time, then please don't play the Band-Aid on the avenue. Create a plan that we can implement over the course of a few years and keep the big picture in mind. Thanks.
Thanks, Jenny. Carol Ellithorpe?
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Carol Ellithorpe, and I own a homeowners association management company located for the past 10 years on Avenue of the Fountains. I find it hard to believe that you want to spend $2 million to turn a street median into a park. Trust me when I say that my travels up and down the fountain, which is 2 or 3 times a day, the only people who think it's a park are the dog owners that let their dogs do their business in the grass. Plain and simple, it is a street median. It is not a park. It is not a tourist destination, nor is it an event center. I think some of these phrases come from the company you spent thousands of dollars on to have yet another study done. Why doesn't someone just sit and watch the activity along the median, along the avenue, and you can readily see how this area is used on a daily basis, not just for special events. It is used as a street median. No one strolls it, again, with the exception of the dog walkers. No one wants to picnic on it. At this time, no one even uses it to cross the street because obviously there's nothing on the south side. The community center is the town's event center, and no one can even use that when the membership organization like the Chamber uses the street as their event center. Since it is their main event, let them pay for turning it into a park. And you want to turn the street, and you want to say you want to turn the street median into a park, yet you want to cut down all the trees. Sure, you'll plant new trees, but it won't be in our lifetimes that they will give the shade that the existing trees already give. The sidewalks along the north side of the avenue have been upgraded very nicely. People use them because there are stops there. When the south side finally gets built up, people will use that sidewalk to stroll, sit, and enjoy our town. No one is going to cross the street to sit or use a street median. If you want to enjoy a park, we have a nice big park a quarter of a mile away down around by the fountain. And that park, of course, costs us a lot of money to maintain, as will this park. What you need to do is spend some money and maintain or repair the existing infrastructure and features. Based upon projects I've supervised for my associations, I'll guess that you can get a leak detector company to come find the fountain leaks for well under $5,000. Fix the leaks. If a tree is causing a leak, cut the tree down, but only that tree. Cut down trees that are a hazard. I understand from what I read that there's about 7 of those. And repair the existing water features. It surely won't cost $2 million. In this economy, when everyone is struggling, it is beyond comprehension that you want to spend this kind of money to develop yet another park. I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Michael Miller?
I'm Michael Miller, and before I start, I'd like to thank our Madam Mayor for your very strong response to our newly anointed fountain expert from the West Valley. It was accurate, and it was wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
We're talking about, and maybe it will be less, but I'm going to use $2 million for this project. And it's a 3-acre median. That's $667,000 per acre. That is, what is it, Pam? That is 1 square yard. $135 a square yard. That, to me, makes no sense. We have a bond issue coming up for the streets, which are a necessity. The median is a nicety, and I honestly believe that this will be the nail in the coffin for the bond referendum. We didn't do well the last time. I know that it's going to be less this time, but the perception is going to be, no one knows how fund accounting works in this town. Very few people know that. The perception is going to be that we're spending $1 million, $1.5 million, $2 million on niceties, and then we're going to assess everyone $8 or $10 million. That it's not going to work. It really is the nail in the coffin, in my opinion. The median is not old, it's mature. Mature people need a little maintenance. They don't need replacement. And putting in more steel and concrete in this town, which is it's an oasis, it makes no sense to me. I urge you to really prioritize, as this council has said in the past, what is important, and that is streets. The council has said that. Let's focus on that. Let's not be distracted by something that is going to jeopardize even further than it's already jeopardized by spending money on something that is a nicety and not a necessity. There is a major, major difference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael.
Mayor, we have one more card.
Okay.
Jim Fearing?
Good evening. My name is Jim Deering. I've been a town resident for 12 years along with my lovely wife and appreciate you allowing us to speak here this evening. My personal feeling is that this Plan B is totally unnecessary. If you want to upgrade the sidewalk at the east end where the brick gravel walkway is, wonderful. Take out the gravel, put in some concrete or some pavers or something, but keep it meandering through the walkway as it is. If you want to upgrade and repair the fountains, fine. But there's nothing technically wrong with them, except I understand that they're leaking a lot of water. That's a fairly easy repair to make for that feature. Some of the trees, I was walking along there today, a lot of the trees that are on this proposal are small little ornamental trees growing in gravel. They're not posing any hazard. They're not posing any risk. There's no problem there at all. They're perfectly happy where they are. Let them live. As far as the overall design goes, my personal opinion is for a major overhaul, spending millions of dollars, I would suggest waiting until the south side of the boulevard is sold and developed to see what develops there. And then you'll have the extra income from development fees and everything to analyze and do something at that time. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jim. Another one?
Yes, ma'am. Sandy Thompson?
Council members, mayor, and town manager, thank you for letting us do this tonight. I was not prepared to speak, but now I feel I must. Of course, I represent the Public Art Committee, and the Public Art Committee is very endowed with this community for being so giving of their monies and the residents, that is,
in purchasing public art, none other than to promote this town to be a little more tourist-friendly, a little more, what's the word I'm looking for? We want people to come to this town, spend their dollars, help our businesses. And to me, the Plan B of the medium is one way to do that. People come here, they look at the fountain, they maybe go to a restaurant, maybe not, or their main reason, a lot of them, is to come and look in the fountain if they haven't been here before. And that is all they see, and they go, they leave. Now, if we had a nice medium that's right across the street, that was very people-friendly, had things to offer, the businesses would do much better, and it would bring people to this town. Now, Jim mentioned that he's lived here for 12 years. Well, I've lived here for 16. And what I was told when I first came, that the south side of the avenue would be developed. Well, it hasn't been developed. So if we wait for that to develop, it'd probably be another 20 years. Why not do something with the medium to make people realize that we do have a downtown, and maybe there will be somebody who will come and say, hey, I'll buy that property and develop. But right now, there's nothing there to make them want to. So therefore, as being the chair of the Public Art Committee, and as also the chair of the Tourism Bureau, we need people in this town. We need people to move here. We need families to move here. I understand last night the town did a fantastic job on the avenue with Halloween, and I had more comments today saying, oh my gosh, that was so much fun. It was great for the kids. It was great for the adults. If we have more of an area down there that we can utilize and help, with the people intermingling with each other, I think that's a fantastic idea. So I do support Plan B. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy. Anyone else?
No, ma'am.
All right, then we'll go to our council discussion. We'll remember what Ken said. We kind of on the sheet how we want to break this down. Did you have your hand up?
Just for a moment of clarity, the whole reason I was the one who made the motion to have this extra time to do some research here. And although I can't speak for everybody, but the main goal here was to look at this and prioritize what our needs are and what we do have, and so that we take care of the priorities, but also don't leave this project if we decide to move forward, that us as residents look at it and be, what did you just spend all that money on? And I do have children who participated last night, and it was a wonderful, wonderful event to use that. Yes, it worked out as is, but it could have been so much more. This is kind of big picture stuff, and I think our whole goal here is to work with our designers and to kind of come up with something that fits our budget, that we can maximize the results. And that's, in my opinion, the main reason that we put this off again. I don't think we're going to spend anywhere close to $2 million. But I hope that at the end of this, when we do spend and fix the infrastructure, everyone's going to walk away and say, oh my gosh, it looks like they spent $5 million. And so that's, in my opinion, that's my goal. Thanks.
All right. Councilman Brown, you want to?
So we need to decide where we're going to start and what the end result is going to be. Is that correct?
Exactly. How we want to break this down? Do we want to talk about it piecemeal by the items? Do we want to talk about it location, one meeting or the other? I'll go either way. How do you want to proceed?
So I think we start with the contract and address the contract, and I feel like we should go to each line item, such as the landscape elements, the site amenities, the electrical system, the hardscape, just go right down the line and open the discussion and talk about quantities, talk about possible solutions and possible savings. I think that would be a sensible way to address this and a orderly way to do so.
Councilman Hanson?
One thing that seems to be missing, at least that kind of bothered me, was the fact that we jumped into a pretty major overhaul of the avenue without considering the possibility of
using more of what's already there and how that could be enhanced. I just wish we didn't give it the opportunity to have that option to consider as well. As everybody here has done, we strolled down the avenue on Saturday and really felt it's a nice place to be. The mature trees make such a difference. And when we look at the renderings of what the plan is, I mean, I'd like to ask the question, how many years would it take for the trees to get as large as they appear in the nice pictures? Because if we look at the community center that was built around 2000, and so those trees are 12 years old, and there's not a whole lot of shade out there at this time. I still, like I said last time, I still just feel the timing of this is really sensitive. You know, we've had our retreats, and never once did the median appear on our short list of priorities. And so it just still kind of stymies me how it ended up at kind of on the front burner instead of some of the other priorities. I would consider looking at something that was using the existing pathway, enhancing it, removing the gravel. Yeah, that's not nice to walk on. You get it under your sandals, and that really needs some help. But really, there's some roots out there that we talked about the roots being so dangerous. I think some of those roots are still there from trees that have blown over, so they could be removed. I just think we could meander the path more around what's already there and just concentrate on starting for what we have rather than kind of leveling everything and getting rid of the berms that really create some very nice areas on the avenue. And I'm rambling, I know, but I'm a little short on sleep.
Anyone else want to?
Mayor, if I may.
Vice Mayor Lizette.
Very good. Councilman Brown made a suggestion for systematically kind of walking through the project. I think the consensus at the last meeting was to review the scope of the project and look for possibly redefining what that scope is, as well as pecking away at the cost. And I think I've said on several occasions, if we decide to move forward with this project, there's plenty of wiggle room at the design stage, engineering stage. There's also plenty of room when we go out to bid, competitive bidding, if we decide to move forward on this project. So I would concur with Councilman Brown's recommendation, and hopefully in that he suggested that he can kind of lead us through that process. But before we do that, I'd like to very quickly go back to something Paul said at the beginning of our session this evening. Paul, if you wouldn't mind, Mayor. Paul, you had mentioned that you had an opportunity after our last meeting to go back and talk to J2, and part of that conversation was making some changes or rearranging, you used the word adjustments, making some adjustments to the project itself. We know that the design contract, design engineering and project management was costed at $199,000, which I think really caught our attention. If you recall, I think that's kind of where we got hung up. So my question to you is, now that you've had an opportunity to speak with J2, and there's been some possible adjustments in terms of how they're going to manage the process, do you have a number for us in terms of what that would look like?
Mayor Kavanaugh, Vice Mayor Jay. No, I don't have a hard number for you. When I spoke with J2, we just spoke in generalities. We really need to go back and look at what the scope is so they can put their man hours to it. You know, how many meetings we want to have during the design phase. You know, what kind of services we want during construction. I don't want to throw a number out there, but, you know, realistically, if we can work, the big unknown is the fountains. I know there were some pictures passed around that I just saw for the first time of possible fountains. That would bring the cost down quite a bit than what's in the concept. So, which brings down the design cost, the structural design cost, the electrical, and other things. So, you know, based on the scope, if we can reduce some of the scope and get some clear definition on the fountains, the ones that I saw in the pictures were more like pools that we have now with more like upgraded features in the center, which honestly doesn't have a lot of structural work attached to it. So, you know, if you can get the design with the construction phase services down to like the 150,000 range, just, I'm approximating.
Thank you. You've given me a soft number. I appreciate that.
Yeah, very soft.
Okay, great. Councilwoman Vicky.
Thank you, Mayor. Just before we get started with what I think Councilman Brown is talking about, just I hope we don't go through and say, not this shade structure, yes, that one, not this fountain, yes, that one, because, and again, I'm not an expert at this at all, but when we're talking about this design part, it would seem like there would be alternates, I mean, so that when we get back and start getting some construction documents and things like that, where there's actually bidding, then we can say, oh, that came out too high, but I don't want to, I guess my caution is not to do this too severely right now, and I'll leave it to you who do that, but my general feeling is that if we go through and self-limit that way, we may not be doing what one of the speakers said, which was looking at the big picture for the future, even if some of these particulars we can't do at this time.
Okay, yeah, and I'll agree with that. I think we're talking about giving them a general scope of, and then letting them go with it. Since the fountain seems to be a big major expense, do you want to start there?
We can start there, certainly.
Okay.
So I will apologize, Paul. I just actually printed those off. I received them about 3 o'clock today and just got them printed off before we got here. And the purpose for that was they've got dollar figures on the top of them. You see sort of, and that just gives us a feel for what a $10,000 fountain would be or what a $50,000 fountain would be, because the big question was, you know, what will $50,000 or $60,000 or $70,000 buy? And so I thought maybe some existing fountains with some pricing or near pricing on it would be a good way to go.
Okay, yeah, and this is actually very helpful because I think one of our biggest problems last time was we were trying to decide if we don't want to build an $85,000 fountain, and if we picked a 40, what does that look like? If we picked a 30, what does that look like? And this is good because this gives us some idea of what some of these prices are, and I'm sorry that you don't have these to look at, but they are all very nice, and they are much cheaper than the $85,000. So, can we pretty much agree that we would like to go down in price on the fountains, since Paul said that this is going to bring down the overall cost, and looking at these possibilities, say that, well, we've got nice ones here for $40,000. Are we saying maybe we want to cut the cost in half? Would that be reasonable? Maybe Councilman Brown or Councilman Yates can answer that question.
We are currently at roughly at $332,000 or $230-some thousand, and I feel like that if we were to say, let's get the fountains back into a $30,000 to $40,000 range, being $140,000 to $160,000 for all 4 of the fountains, that would buy 4 pretty nice fountains for the size of the median and for the work that would be done.
All right, thank you. Do you have anything else? I'm sorry. Did you have anything else? Okay. So, can we pretty much agree on that? Do we want to get a motion on that, or on the fountains, or can we just move ahead saying that that's pretty much what direction the staff is?
Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, when we get towards the end, we'd like to summarize all the things that have been generally concurred with and then get a motion at that point.
Okay, it looks like Ken's taking notes there with our, okay, so we are generally going with what Councilman Brown has said, and looking at these pictures, we've got a general idea of what we could get for that money. All right, then I guess we should go to shade structures, maybe. That was another big expense. Would Councilman Brown like to take that one?
Yeah, certainly. I truly feel like that is an expense that we could possibly come back in the future. I think that as we did the layout for the electrical and the plumbing, or for any future electrical or plumbing that would be added, we could lay out our shade structures around the existing plumbing so we could come in and add them later. That will not only delete the engineering cost. It will also delete the cost of the shade structures themselves. But it also leaves us to where in the future, if we felt like we could afford it and if we felt like we needed it, we could certainly come back and put them in.
Okay, so we wouldn't need to put any kind of infrastructure in for these at this time, just leave a placeholder on the concept plan where we would have the structure?
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor, if I may.
Vice Mayor Lejay.
Paul, is there someone that from J2 that could approach the podium, please? I would concur with Councilman Brown's observation. When you look at the cost of those shade structures, it's $177,000 plus design work. That's $200,000. Just reducing the fountains by what was recommended, we're probably already looking at about $400,000 in reduced costs, and I think it can go down further than that. But that aside, just a question for you. I understand the intent of shade structures, and the ones that you designed are very attractive, and I've seen those in different environments. What I've often seen in medians or parks, where you have a small plaza, which is what you guys have designed. You design these plazas around the fountains with shade structures. But I've also seen tree wells as an integral part of that environment, where they're positioned in such a way that they do catch shade next to that bench or two that you have designed in that area. Is that something that you've considered? And I know it would be give us shade in those hardscape areas versus no shade if we take the shade structures out. Could you address that, please?
Yeah, the shade structures were something that kind of came out of the public involvement process that we went through. There were several of the groups that said, hey, we want some shade structures, so we thought around the central plazas where you're going to have a lot of hardscape so that you can get more space for events and seating and stuff. That was an ideal place to put that. But yes, you could eliminate the shade structures and then place in more trees to give you natural shade.
So in essence, you could go back conceptually and remove the shade structures, because I think we're moving in that direction, and design some tree wells to give us a sense for how they could be located, and that would at least project some shade onto those hardscapes. So that's just, as we look at the concept and replacing one aspect with another aspect, I'm looking for a trade-off on the shade at a much lower cost. So thanks for your comments. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? Councilwoman Dixon.
Mayor Dennis, what about just eliminating some of the shade structures? What is the cost of that? I think you just mentioned $200,000 for all of them, including the design. And would you be open to looking at keeping some of them? And I don't know if the tree wells, I'm not exactly sure what those are, but if that would be a less costly item, it would be nice to maybe have a little mix in there. So, and again, I'm not familiar with these things, so that's why I'm asking.
Councilman Yates.
Madam Mayor, I'm in agreement with Councilwoman Dickey. I think, likewise, Dennis, maybe we can, instead of just scratching this as a line item, let's do the same thing we're talking about. Let's design engineer this. Okay, don't design this a $160,000 shade structure, make it look like $160,000, but design something that's less than that. I'm more along the lines of let's get more for less. There's plenty of products out there, plenty of materials that we can get the same effect without spending the money. And I'm more along the lines of let's keep the concept, but design it down.
I'm just making recommendations.
I understand.
So, and I'm...
But to the point, this came from input from all of us and the community in general, and we had a really good input on this. I think they want this, and I don't think that's the thing we completely scratch. Let's just figure out a way to make it look really nice and not spend the dollars.
Okay, I would agree with that. I would agree with Councilman Yates and Councilwoman Dickey that I would like to have some sort of shade in there, because we are talking about very hot summers that we would like people to use the median. And if Councilman Yates is, as in his profession, knows that we could probably get this done much cheaper
I would rather keep this but look at a less expensive structure that looks like a more expensive structure. I'm going to hold you to that.
It can be done.
Okay. Any other comments on the shade structure? All right, then.
If I may.
Yes, go right ahead.
So, I would prefer to have, when we did the shade structures out, I would prefer to have the shade structures, the companies actually do their own engineering, which is customary happening in the shade structure world. The 4 or 5 that I have installed, I bought the total package, and the engineering was quite reasonable. And the engineering is the one package that really opened my eyes for the 4 items that they were going to give us calculations on. That number looked extremely high, and so we might want to actually look at, if we're going to buy shade structures, let's do a design, but let's buy it as a package, complete. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, then I think we talk about the pathway. I know we talked about concrete pathway, and then Councilman Brown had suggested pavers. So maybe we could go and discuss the cost of that and how we could possibly save some money there.
So
Councilman Brown again.
So I also spent some time and talked to 2 of the larger paver companies in Phoenix, and they are all saying $3.15 to $3.60 a foot. And I've also been approached with, you don't want to push your baby stroller down the paver sidewalk, it'll shake the teeth out of their head or something like that, Paul said. I'm not sure. But I would like to point out that the Tempe Marketplace and the Santan Village, which are the 2 newest, largest shopping centers in this part of the country, every sidewalk there are pavers. And the reason that they are pavers is that you can repair them, you can without jackhammering out and hauling out, et cetera, and it's a very economical way to have a good, attractive look. Just as the entrance off of La Montana into the center, or the west end of the West Median, that entire entrance is paver, and I think that's a beautiful look that might be able to be continued right on down the sidewalk. The savings is significant.
Does anyone have any comments on going to the pavers rather than the concrete? No? Okay, then.
I would just add to, I am in complete agreement, having worked with both concrete and pavers is a much easier way to go, and as this settles, if we choose to go forward, it's a much easier way to fix it.
Okay, then.
It also allows us the opportunity to come back in and continue to mix and match and add seating areas or different areas. If we opt not to do all the seating areas now, we can always come back and match the paver or a paver blend and put it in later. So if we just end up with the sidewalk and the fountains, et cetera, which doesn't sound like we're headed there, but the pavers, I think, are clearly the savings we should be looking at.
And I believe the pavers were used in the circle, is that correct?
Yes.
So, and I remember when I was on the public art and we discussed the circle, we said that they could easily be removed in small sections if you needed an infrastructure repair also. Okay. So we can move on then from the paver sidewalk, and I guess we're up to trees. We have a choice of, well, right now we have certain trees that an arborist has told us absolutely have to come down. I'm not talking about all of them that were on the plan. I'm talking about just the ones that they designate as an absolute danger to come down. Our problem right now is now that we've had an arborist say to us that those trees are a danger, we're sort of in a situation now that if we don't remove those trees, that we could be liable if one of those trees comes down and injures somebody. So I think we pretty much discussed trees last time, and we discussed that some of the trees, like the orange trees and the palm trees and some of the pine trees that give absolutely no shade at all, that we would rather replace those with native trees that will give us shade. And even though they are starting off a little small, they will grow. And but as far as
some of the other trees. I would like to hear the rest of the council's opinion on, how you'd like to go from there. Anyone? Councilwoman Ham.
Actually, the palm trees on the west end kind of go along with the palm trees down both sides of the avenue. They're kind of an entry statement, I think. And as far as the trees that are absolutely dangerous, we still need to somehow reconcile the part in the report that said, by and large, the trees are in fair condition. So it's kind of like, we can't have it both ways. So I'd like to take a closer look at that. And just because now that it's written that we have this big liability, if it ever happens.
Maybe Paul can give us a little bit more direction as far as the trees. As far as certain ones, I believe they said were dangerous, but others were in maybe fairly good condition. That could be, I don't know, fixed in some way that it wouldn't be a danger.
Yeah, Mayor Kavanaugh, member of the council. Quite honestly, we would save the large ones that we can, and we can shift the design a little bit to try to miss trees. However, the majority of the trees that would be removed, they do appear on the arborist report, but they're also in conflict with the concept plan, and the majority of those, as you can see from what's on the screen, is where those two mounds are. And flattening out the two mounds gives you a lot more usable space out there. So that's where the majority of the trees are. We had one large eucalyptus that the arborist recommended removal. There's two large ones right outside. One was recommended for removal, and looking at it, we can shift some things around it and try to save it. Can't guarantee its survival, but we would try to save that. As for the palm trees on the west end, that's a decision that needs to be made, because if you save those palm trees, then you're not doing that brick paver seating area and a place for maybe a signature piece of art in the vine screen. So there's always trade-offs.
In that mound area, was that where there was a lot of seating, or could you explain what exactly goes on the mounds if they're removed?
In the mound area, it's really, I don't know if my cursor show up. The cursor kind of shows up. Hold on a second. Bob, do you have your... These are the two kind of mound areas, right in these areas. You would have the area where there's an art node and an area where there's another art node. But what that does, that makes a large flat area for more like festivals and special events.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from council? All right, I'll go to Councilman Hughes first.
Yeah, that's fine. In my type of construction, when we plant trees, we go with more of the saplings or the smaller trees, but I made the suggestion, I was wondering, since we're replacing the trees 3-to-1, actually more than 3-to-1, I mean, this would be a greening committee's dream that we're putting more trees down, but I'm wondering, even if the cost is 2 to 4 times more, maybe every third tree that we go with a more mature tree. Of course, Councilman Brown had an even better idea, going with a native tree that has a faster growing capacity. I mean, these are some of the value engineer type things that we're looking for, is get in there so that more in like 3 to 5 years you're seeing a significant growth, and or if we get a better buy with our landscape architect or our landscaper for that matter, if one in 3 trees, even if it's a little bit more expensive, all in might justify the changing the trees out. But I'm more in favor, especially since we're changing more than 3-to-1. I kind of view this as a win-win for everybody. Yeah, we're more than preserving kind of what we're fixing, but let's kind of work through it. What I'm hearing everybody is that we kind of like mature trees. Well, then let's go that way and figure out how can we get a more mature tree within budget and and work that out.
So the current plan had roughly a little bit over 100 replacement trees of the 24-inch box variety.
Okay.
And I believe, is that what the greening committee plans? 24 inches. Okay, but you can go for about half as many 36-inch trees or about a third as many 48-inch trees because the price, keeps going up.
Right.
So, obviously we would look at trees that are on our approved low water plant use list. The landscape architect is going to look at different species of trees, try to give a variety, colors, different things like that. We can definitely look at, the growth rates. What we'll really do is try to provide them with proper deep root irrigation rather than just surface irrigation now. And, in 4 to 5 years, you can get quite a bit of growth from a 48-inch box tree. Just to go off another comment about looking at the trees again, we can do that, but I have to add back in an arborist again into their top. So every action has a reaction. So we just want to make sure we're aware of that.
Councilwoman Dickey.
Thank you, Mayor. So last time we kind of discussed this, it seemed like we were saying the ones that would interfere, so to speak, with the plan, and knowing that you just said you could maybe do a few things that would save a few, and then the others that were hazardous were definitely the ones we were looking at removing. Also, we heard from the Greening Committee and from FHCCA seemingly a offer to help with some of this, and perhaps more than the ones that are in the plan that the town would pay for, we could get some more. Lastly, something struck me from one of the speakers who said, no one stole it, nobody goes there, nobody's using it. So we're trying to turn that around. And these trees are there now, and they're large and making shade, whether they're healthy or not at the moment. But if nobody's using them and nobody's noticing them, then maybe this is a good time to try and look ahead. And I was trying to mirror this, and it sounds kind of hokey, but it was a proverb that it was just really odd that it came across my email, and it says a society grows great when, it says old men, but I'll say old women, plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in. It is what we're trying to do, is to look ahead a little bit here too, but I actually don't think it's that dire. I think we can certainly have trees there that have more maturity to them, and so I wouldn't mind going ahead with what we originally discussed.
Councilman Hanson, you wanted to say something before you had to know?
Just the mounds. I mean, to me, the mounds are some of the more aesthetically pleasing areas and places and inviting places on the avenue. And when we say that it will give us more seating area, I think we need to keep in mind the scope of what we're talking about here for events. The largest open area is where we've had events since 1990, and that's where the little Chief McMahon monument thing is, because that's a big open area. There used to be a rose garden there, but that has a lot of potential for event space. And since this is a median and surrounded on two sides by a street, I mean, we're inviting people to be crossing the street. So anytime we're going to have a larger event, we're going to end up having to close the street, just like yesterday for the Halloween festivities, to make it a safe place to be. So you've got to find that fine line where, are we going to be attracting and wanting so many bigger events, the street's going to be closed more often, that usually the merchants don't like the streets closed a lot. So I think it's important to just keep in mind, what we're not, this is not a plaza area or a big courthouse square. It's a narrow, relatively narrow median surrounded by streets. And people are going to be crossing in between cars, and when we talk about liabilities, then we're attracting people to this place where they've got to walk through the traffic.
Mayor
Yes.
Kavanaugh, members of the council. So I think Councilmember Hanson, you brought up the mounds. Is that an issue that you need to talk about? Because that's where the majority of these trees are. I think there's 45 trees total that's there, and we're looking at removing 21 of them, but the majority of those are around those two mounds. So that's what it really gets to. they're being removed because the mounds are being removed.
Well, in my opinion, I like the mounds, it's nice, but the whole idea is to create a place where we can have some sort of entertainment, where we can have seating. We do have a park with lots of mounds to have that kind of a scenery. I think what we're trying to establish here is actually more of an open space where we can gather for the residents. This is not just for tourists coming in. This is for our own people, like it was last night. And if we had had more seating last night, if we had had lights, I think they had to rent lights, but we probably needed some more lights. I think people would have stayed longer. I know the restaurants did really well because I had to wait a really long time to get a seat at Sofritas. So more events in this area are definitely helping the business community, and they've been asking for more events. If there's anything that I have ever heard in my 4.5 years I was with the Chamber of Commerce, and that's the business community wants more events because it brings people to downtown, they stay, and I think what we've heard from our vision plan is that we do need a plaza. We do need a center of town. This is our center of town. Dr. Brooks said he didn't see a center of town because we don't have a seating or a gathering area for our residents. So while the mounds are nice and they make it look like a park, I have to disagree and say that I think we're trying to make it look more like a plaza, more like a gathering area, and so I'm willing to take the mounds down to give us more of an open seating area. Anyone else want to comment on that? Anyone else want to disagree with that? Then I think we have our direction, staff.
So I agree with that.
Okay.
I think I like the design at that intersection, and the mounds will have to be leveled in order to keep that look.
All right, so we've covered, is there anything else we need to cover on this, that the major expenses or anything else? I mean, I have
Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I was going to ask, in working with architects, and I'm sorry, under these circumstances, we don't have the direct, but is there anything you guys can advise us on that you see, hey, if you do it this way, we could probably save some? I know we're taking a few bucks out of your pocket, but we're all stewards of the people's money, and so, again, the goal here is to get as much as possible without spending that money.
Mayor Kavanaugh, Councilmember Yates, what you're doing right now gives us a lot of direction, which is good. Obviously, when we go through design, we're going to work on different types of materials, methods of construction to try to keep it as low as possible. The other areas that I would like to hear discussed, we have the public art areas. We also have the vine screens. I think the council has done a really good job of giving us ways to help reduce the cost. Another item, I kind of hate to bring it up, but would you want us to design the lighting and have it in the package as a bid alternate? And what that means is the contractor will bid the lighting as a separate package. And let's say the median comes in, I'm just throwing numbers out of the top of my head. Let's say it comes in at 1.2 or 1.3 million, and then the lighting is another 300,000 on top of that. It would give you the opportunity to discuss, yes, we want to do the lighting, or no, we don't want to do the lighting, but you kind of have a number for the future, and you have a design that's complete and fairly easily could be repackaged for a future bid. Again, that'll add a little bit to the design cost to do it that way, but it gives you a lot of flexibility.
Councilman Yates?
Madam Mayor, exactly. I would definitely, after seeing what we had last night, we definitely needed a lighting plan. But for the record, please let everyone know that 300,000 was just an arbitrary number that we threw out there.
Very soft.
And so if we could have that as a separate package, then we can decide at the time.
Correct.
And I think that's wise, since we were talking about looking at the future. If we can't do it now, then we will do it in the future.
And then I just want to be clear though, that does add to your design cost a little bit, but it gives you a lot more flexibility in this.
Well, I don't think any of us want to design something that will be stuck and later on we have to redo
Correct.
something.
Yeah, I mean, we can set it up to make sure the space is available and the conduit's there. We can do that at a minimum. We'll do that at a minimum, but we'll also add in, we can also add in the lighting design. But then that brings other issues up. You just want, from what I'm hearing, is you want like pathway lights that are on either side of the median now. You don't want low bollard lights that just light up the pathway. You would like a little more light for events, and possibly in the larger areas, maybe have some lighting in the larger areas.
Sure.
So, Madam Mayor, keeping with the theme of designing a lighting system that's effective as far as lighting, but cost effective as far as not a major design challenge or a major product challenge.
Correct, and please keep in mind too, we do have lighting ordinances that we need to keep in mind as well. And one thing the manager and we talked about too is maybe the lights aren't on all the time, just during events. We can set it up with the flexibility for that as well.
Okay, and then
Mayor, if I may.
Councilman Brown.
Or speaking of the electrical end of it, I would also like to have the engineers look at possibly utilizing the existing 400 amp on the west end, opposed to eliminating all of the electricity and electrical system and bringing in one central system and distributing both down the east median and up the west median. The 400 amp service appears to be in pretty good shape and would certainly be adequate, I would think, to run 2 fountains and the lighting system that you're referring to. And I would like to look to see if we could do that opposed to completely eliminating it.
I did talk to the electrical engineer today. Until you get into the design, you can't really, that's something we can look at. We also looked at, we are fairly certain that the existing electrical on the west median is good. It's the east median that's the problem. And looks like there's capacity in the transformer by Chase Bank where we can just run it down, a single line down to the east median and pick it up there.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Dickey.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Elke had some questions and input that I think he wanted about lights, so maybe Paul, if we're going down that, make sure that we solicit some input from Kate. Thanks.
Okay.
Great, thank you. All right, then we can go on to, Paul says we should discuss the public art areas. Sandy left. I guess we want to keep the public art areas, and I would assume follow the same way we've been doing it, as we want to do it as least expensive as possible, but keep the areas, because I think public art is anxious to have those areas remain. You have something on that?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, some savings that we discussed earlier in previous conversations, we can just leave a brick paver area in place, and as the public art, just like the Centennial Circle, as they get a piece, maybe they can put it in, you can easily remove the brick pavers, put the foundation in, put the piece of art in. We'll have to set it up with conduits for any uplighting they might need. Then they could put in a bench, maybe they'll look for a donated bench. Right now, the big cost for those art areas are the built-in seating and those architectural features. So, would like direction if you want us to build the seating now, or just leave it an area that can be added to in the future.
Any comments on that? Councilman Elk?
To keep the theme, so many people were on the north end sitting last night. I'm wondering more so if there'd be a better way that we can just use the existing style and let's just get freestanding benches that match so that it kind of flows better as opposed to designing a whole built-in feature.
Correct. What I have on the screen is built in, and then in the center area is where the future piece of art would go. So what I'm hearing is
specifically right is I like the area that would highlight the art, but let's not spend the time and energy designing a special seating feature just for that area when we have different seating areas. We can kind of more match that and or get possibly some different groups to donate benches and put their plaque in that name, so we don't spend the design dollars and we don't spend the retail dollars actually building it, is my personal preference.
And we can do that if that's the direction.
Yeah, actually, I believe we ran into the problem of we didn't have enough spaces in the park now for benches that people wanted to donate, and we did have someone who wanted to donate one and had the money and didn't have the location, so we might be able to do that. Public art very often gets people to donate benches as well as art teachers. So is that suggestion acceptable to everyone? Okay. All right, then, vine screens. Paul's moving away. We have to keep those? They are nice. Okay. Yes? All right. Okay, direction to staff is to keep the vine screen.
Pick a good material that's durable but not made out of gold or silver.
But looks like it's
But looks like it's a gold or silver.
Forgot to add that. All right, then I guess we've covered just about everything.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Vice Mayor Lidjack.
Hey, Paul.
Figuring out if we've covered everything.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, thanks for your input, and I know that we talked probably 3 weeks or so ago, and I had asked you a question from a professional point of view, where could we cut down on some costs, and your comments were there's not a lot of room on the construction side, but on the quantity side, and I don't want to micromanage this evening, but I think there is significant savings we can look at in terms of the number of tables, mutt-nits, concrete planters, so forth and so on. So as you can conceptualize it, maybe you can pull back on a few of those so we can see how that plays out. One of the comments you also made at that time, and I'm looking at your memo here, was you had recommended something about the crosswalks in terms of not using stamped asphalt. What would be your recommendation, and would that be a cost saving?
Quite honestly, that's just the conditions of the road and its existing slurry seal. Professional opinion, I would add, you have to add crosswalks. I would maybe look at upgrading them to some kind of stamped asphalt or architectural feature when eventually we redo the street.
Okay.
Okay.
Is pavers a consideration, just to kind of a material that would slow traffic down, something raised?
If you raise something across the whole road, then you start running into drainage issues and...
Okay. All right, well, once again, you had made that recommendation, so I just wanted to go back over that. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Councilman Brown.
I have not a clue on what the city that's on the other side of the hill that wishes they could be in Fountain Hills spent on their crosswalks where they stamp the asphalt. I have not a clue as to what that costs to stamp and to stain. Is it expensive, do you know?
I mean, right now we have an estimate for crosswalks, signing, striping, and stamping, and there's roughly 6,500 square feet, and this is a high-level estimate. They're using $6.50 a square foot, and it comes out in the low 40,000s. Honestly, we would just add signage and some striping, and that's probably a few $1,000s.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd just like to make one last comment. In relation to cutting down the number of benches and tables, I'd just like to see when we do everything else first, what our bottom line kind of is, if it's pretty much in with where we want to be. Because seeing how many people came out last night, I don't want to cut down on the seating if we don't have to. We certainly needed a lot last night and for other events.
Some other clarification items, just for our sake, is does the council, right now we have it set up where we're going to take your direction tonight and do design, and
if you approve, we come back with a contract, and if approved, we're gonna go through design. And they're gonna go to the 45% design level, and they're gonna give the documents to the town, and we're gonna look at it for code and constructability. We can have you guys, somebody look at, the number of benches and different things, or I think from the comments from the council tonight, you really want us to have another public meeting or council meeting or work study to look at what the fountains are gonna be, or before we get too far into design, I wanna make sure that we're all on the same page. I've gotten good direction. I just wanna have maybe like another concept drawing done and brought back again, just to verify.
I would agree with that. Absolutely, that's our expectation.
That's gonna, and that's what I thought, but that's gonna add cost to their design again, because they're gonna have to do exhibits and come back out for another meeting. I mean, it won't be a lot, but you're slowly adding a little bit each time.
Well, keep it simple. Oh, excuse me. I mean, keep it simple. I mean, they don't have to come out again. You can present the material. I mean, you talked earlier about getting staff more involved in this process, and I'd like to see that happen in terms of, managing and project management. Thank you.
I'm fine to do that. They still have to put the effort together to make the renderings.
Okay. Is that all right?
Do we need to, excuse me, Madam Mayor, Andrew, do we need to do a not to exceed or something along those lines? Because private sector speaking, they'd throw that in, but I don't want to step on anyone's toes here.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Yates, the best way for us to know whether or not it's an acceptable amount is to actually see, after all of this input, what their numbers are. I don't even know, we couldn't even give you an educated guess as to what the not to exceed would be.
So we're not giving direction to go ahead and start spending money. They're going to give an estimate on.
Oh, correct. We'll build it into the contract that we're gonna bring back, if that's your direction.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Ken, do you want to give us a quick summary? And we're just about on time here
I
for
got
the next meeting.
Tonight.
Oh, you want to give us?
I don't want to step on Ken's shoes, but it's kind of better if
Okay,
I do it,
okay.
because I still have,
You just stepped
By
on it.
by all means,
thank you.
let the development services director.
Yeah. Because I still have some unknowns.
Okay.
We're gonna look at 4 fountains in the $30,000 to $40,000 range each. The big question I have is shade structures. Setting them up for the future, doing one now integral to one of the fountains, one future that's not integral, doing 2 now but have it bid out to where the contractor, it's in their bid to design and build it, and we leave room for it.
I think they design it. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
I think they design it.
Sign it.
The company that would win the bid will also have the engineering inclusive in their proposal. But I think it would be wrong for an architect to do all the design and then somebody else put on the shade structure design.
Sure.
That would take away from the overall design.
And now what I'm envisioning, what you would end up with is a plaza with a fountain, and somewhere in there you're gonna have 3 or 4 poles with a shade sail. And we can show that on the concept.
What we talked about putting in some shade structure, not eliminating all the shade structure.
Correct.
Right.
Which is
We
valuable.
want to put.
Yeah, and does the council want that on both center features or only at one, and we can do tree wells with trees on the other one? I mean, there's endless possibilities.
If I remember the discussion, it was based on the concept plan and the input of our residents, they want shade structures. So we're just saying, let's not spend $160,000.
Okay.
Let's figure out somewhere between 0 and 160 to get these things. And to Councilman Brown's point, just do the concept design, and then hopefully the contractor will include the engineering with their product. Is that clear as mud?
We do want the shade.
Okay, we're gonna put shade structures at both center
Yes.
plazas, and then we'll figure it out.
Yes, right.
Okay. Pathway, right now we're looking at pavers. During design, we'll research it more. Trees, we're going to
try to save as many of the large ones as we can. We're already doing that. We're also going to look at, not going to look at all 100 24-inch box trees. We'll look at a mixture and try to get some more mature trees in there. We're removing the mound areas. And if you didn't, you'd have to reconstruct those fountains and probably lose the trees anyway. We're going to do a separate design bid alternate for a lighting package. The public art areas, we'll leave them as open brick paver areas that in the future, when public art goes in, they can be modified. We're keeping the vine screens. We're only signing and striping the crosswalks, no stamping. You would like the architect to come out for possibly another work. Do we want a work study or another special meeting?
No, a special meeting, so we
Okay.
can vote on it.
Okay.
I thought we said that you would present it.
Correct. I can do it.
Yeah, they don't have
Okay.
to come back.
And then finally, do we want to have a few council members be more intimately involved during the design process?
I wouldn't have any problem with that if, Councilman Yates and Councilman Brown want to be involved in that. I don't want to speak for them, but
Yeah, I would be
they
on it.
want to. All right? That'd be fine? Good? That it?
Yeah, right now we have it shown as a central mechanical enclosure on each median. And do we want to go with that, or do we want to go with pumps and filters at each fountain? It's harder to hide those.
Yeah, I think we want to,
Central enclosure.
yeah.
Doesn't it cost more?
Yeah. Those will cost more.
You mean to go to, 4 opposed to 2?
A central enclosure that, if you don't do that, then you're going to have pumps and filters at each fountain, and then you're also going to have the electrical panels exposed again like they are out there.
They don't have to be exposed, they can be inside the enclosure.
Well, that's if you don't do the central enclosure.
But I'm saying, why don't we do 4 smaller ones? Right now, on your enclosures, you've got enough dollars to do 731 feet of enclosures. That's a lot of enclosures, if my calculation was correct.
So his answer is,
My answer is, if I had my say, I would say, let's keep the pumps a little closer to the fountain and run the electrical system to them, opposed to running the piping a longer distance. That would be my only thought. It's 6 to 1, half a dozen another thought,
I think that's something we can hash out during design.
certainly.
And since they're working with you?
Yep.
Okay. Anything else? All right, we don't need a motion then to
Well,
go with
let's
this?
bring
We
that
just-
contract.
We have direction?
How about a motion to give them direction to start these?
Can we do that? For everything that we said? Okay.
Dennis, you want to make the
May I have a motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I move.
Oh, I love you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have a figure that
You
you,
want to go? I'll go.
750. Like at the last meeting, I think what we ended up rolling across the table is we would like to end up in the 1113 max, all in.
Including design? So 145?
It's possible.
It can be done.
It's
It can be
possible.
done.
Okay.
all right? All right, we've got another meeting at 6:30, so I have a motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Mayor,
5-1.
Mayor, if I may, in 2 minutes, I'd like to make a comment in that this is being televised. We have had folks come before us and kind of hit us hard about spending money in a poor economic time. And I'd like to remind the public once again that we've cut our general fund budget from $16 million to $12 million. We have spent very, very little money in the last 4 years during the downturn in the economy. So we have been fiscally conservative. The time is now to start looking at revitalizing our community. The other comment I'd like to make for the benefit of the public is that the money that we'll be spending on this is a dedicated fund for downtown development. And if you wanted to bleed that money out and use it for road construction, you could possibly rationalize doing the intersection as being part of downtown. So we talk about perception. I think it's important to get the perception correct. We can accomplish pavement management, repaving Saguaro, and revitalize our avenue. And I think the time is now to do it. And we're not stealing from Peter to pay Paul with respect to the road bond. The road bond is a separate issue. It would be a separate fund. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, and I would just like to thank Councilman Brown and Councilman Yates for all the work that they've done on this and given us lots of direction. I know you guys spent a lot of hours sitting together and discussing this, and your expertise has been invaluable to helping us to make this decision. We certainly couldn't have made it without you, so thank you very much for all the work that you've done and for the work that you're going to be doing. A lot of it, I'm sure. So, okay, we are then adjourned. We'll be back in a couple minutes. We need just a couple minute break, okay? So bear with us.
Dennis is here.
My biggest fear is that we have a big lawn,
Thanks. Henry.
All right, regular meeting is called to order. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please continue standing for the invocation. Mr. Fred Whittam of the Temple Beth Havadah.
Dear God, we pray for all who hold positions of leadership and responsibility in our local government. Let your blessings rest upon them and make them responsive to your will, so that our town may be set as an example of your justice and compassion. Cause us also to see clearly that the well-being of our town is not only in its elected representatives, but in the hands of all its citizens. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Fred. Roll call, Beth, please.
Mayor Kavanaugh?
Here.
Councilmember Yates?
Present.
Vice Mayor Leshay?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Hanson is not here at the moment. Councilmember Dickey? And Councilmember Elsie is absent.
Okay, before I get to the first proclamation, I just want to read something on McDowell Mountain Month. Many residents here in town do not know that the Fountain Hills Preserve is the largest area of land that the town owns. It is 740 acres, about 15 times larger than Fountain Park in comparison. The preserve has 6 miles of groomed trails, mostly created by town volunteers. The preserve is now accessible from sunrise to sunset, 7 days a week. The opportunity for beautiful views, exercise, fresh air, and being surrounded by nature are some of the many benefits of the preserve. To celebrate McDowell Mountain Month, there will be Life in the Preserve Day on November 17th from 8 a.m. until noon in Fountain Park near the Kids Play area. In addition, there will be guided hikes on our beautiful Lake Overlook Trail. This is an enjoyable 45-minute hike that will start at the Life in the Preserve tent area. We hope that everyone will come out to enjoy this day and learn about one of our town's greatest assets. Now I will read the proclamation for McDowell Mountain Month. Whereas the preservation of the McDowell Mountains and the Sonoran Desert has been established as a high priority of the town of Fountain Hills and its citizens. And whereas it is the desire of the town of Fountain Hills to celebrate the unique environment of its preserve. And whereas it is also the intent of the town of Fountain Hills
to raise awareness regarding the need to preserve these valuable treasures for future generations. And whereas the first permanent access trail to the preserve has been completed that links the McDowell Mountain Regional Park's Dixie Mine Trail to the preserve's northern boundary via the Sonoran Trail. And now, therefore, I, Linda M. Kavanaugh, Mayor of the Town of Fountain Hills, Arizona, do hereby declare the month of November 2012 as McDowell Mountain Month in Fountain Hills and call upon all citizens to take a moment during the month to appreciate the beauty of this community treasure. And since we've got a lot to do, I'm just going to quickly give you my mayor's report, which is an update on some activities that I've been doing, and thank you for comments that people have been making that you like the report, so I will continue to do that. Just outside Fountain Hills, I attended two events. One was an annual meeting of the AZCDL, and the other was an SRP day with lots of other mayors and legislators there. It was a great day for networking. My Mayor's Mobile Town Hall has been getting around for residents and for visitors alike at the Oktoberfest, Clubs and Organizations Expo, the Business Showcase, and yesterday on Halloween on the Avenue. Fountain Hills also proudly welcomed some special guests to town, Honorary Consul Dr. Helga Horden of Germany and Mayor Thomas Wies of Burdorf. And also one of our residents was visiting Mayor Angel Flores of Peru, so I sent some special gifts with him for the mayor from the people of Fountain Hills. Also, the town hosted the East Valley Mayor's Luncheon here, which is a great way to show off our town. The East Valley Mayors rotate each month to a different town, and it was our turn to do that. 7 mayors did attend. I want to give a special thanks to Shauna Williams and the staff for making that event a great success. All right, thank you. And now we will go on to the special public appearance presentations. Our first is the town's comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year June 30th, 2012. Ken, please.
Mayor Kavanaugh, members of the council, I'd like to ask the deputy town manager to introduce our auditors for us with the CAFR report.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The state law requires that each year cities and towns have an audit done of their financial records, done by an independent auditing firm. The town has contracted with Clifton Larson Allen, and we have with us this evening a partner, Mr. Dennis Osek, who will make the presentation of last year's report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As Julie mentioned, we performed the audit for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2012. As part of the audit, not only did we audit the financial statements for the town, but we also issued other reports related to that. You should have a letter in front of you, Communication to Governance, that basically explains what the purpose of the audit was, what our responsibilities were, as well as what management's responsibilities were. Included in there, we also reported whether we had any type of material audit adjustments, and also whether there was any difficulties in performing the audit, which there were no difficulties performing the audit. We also issued the Highway User Revenue Fund report, in which we give an opinion as to whether the town utilized those highway user revenue funds in accordance with Arizona revised statutes. We did issue a clean opinion on that, and we had no findings related to the Highway User Revenue Funds. We also issued a report on the LTAP 2 funds as far as the use of those funds. We also issued a clean opinion on the use of those funds as well. We issued the annual expenditure limitation report. This is the report that is done every single year, reporting as to whether the town is within the expenditure limit, and we're happy to report that the town was within the expenditure limit, and we issued a clean opinion on that as well. Then we issued a comprehensive annual financial report, as well as what we call a SAS 115 letter, which is any letter with significant deficiencies or material weaknesses, which you have as well. On the comprehensive annual financial report, we did issue an unqualified opinion, so we issued a clean opinion, which basically means that the financial statements are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. The financial statements for the prior fiscal year, the 2011, the town was awarded the Certificate of Excellence through GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association. This report, the CAFR, was submitted to GFOA for the 2012 consideration as well, and we fully expect that the town will receive the award for that as well. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of the council members might have, but before I do that, I just want to thank Julie and all of her staff for their assistance during the audit. It went very smoothly this year, and for the most part, a pretty clean audit.
All right, thank you. Any comments from staff? All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Thank you.
I just thank you for the update. Good to see you again. Yep. Thanks for the good news. Appreciate that. Mayor, I just thought it would be important once again to recognize our deputy town manager and our financial staff. I can't tell you how many years that they have received excelling awards for financial management and managing the financial affairs of our town. So, Julie, on my behalf, thank you, and pass that along to your staff. Thank you, Mayor.
I think you speak for everybody, Julie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, our next item is presentation by Mr. Dennis Smith, Executive Director of MAG. Ken?
Mayor Callen, members of the council, we'd asked Dennis to come in and give a little highlights. You know, we sit in the MAG, Maricopa Association of Governments region, and we'd asked Dennis to spend some time with us to let us know what's going on within the MAG workings and a little bit about the region.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council, for the invitation to come here and talk about what I believe is your organization. It's unique in what it does, even though there are several councils of governments in the nation and there are several metropolitan planning organizations. So I'm going to go this is a kind of a large slide deck, but we're going to go fast tonight, and then I have some additional information to hand out afterwards. So this will just give you a basic slide. 1967, MAG was formed. If you look at the bottom of our letterhead, it says Voluntary Association of Governments. A lot of people look at that and say kind of a toothless tiger because it's a nonprofit, but actually we actually get a lot done because of the way we operate our organization. Metropolitan Planning Organization is a creature of federal law. We get designated to do transportation planning through the governor's office. So we are not a government. It's governance, not government, which is very important. That requires a whole different set of skills by a staff. We need to be able to convince local elected officials what we're doing is the right thing. This is a slide that I prepared just for Fountain Hills because it's for a town that doesn't hear from us very often. If you just look at what I've highlighted there, this is kind of what drives our organization. Studying regional problems, pooling common resources, comprehensively plan for the solution of regional problems, facilitate agreements, intergovernmental cooperation. So that's really the guts of what we are. But I mentioned at the beginning of this that we're different. So if you ever have the opportunity to go to a National League of Cities meeting and you sit down with your colleagues and you start talking about your Council of Governments or your MPO, you'll probably get a frown on their face. They'll say, we don't really like our Council of Governments very much, or we don't like our MPO very much. And how is MAG different? It's because of the way we were born. We were born back in 1967 when there's a very strong local government presence in Arizona, local control. They did not trust that our organization get created unless it was controlled by the League of Arizona Cities and Towns. And so the League actually ran both organizations. So we are really steeped in local control. That's the way we operate our organization, and we always drive the decisions back to the local elected officials. Even though we have planners in our organization, we deal very much intergovernmentally, and I think that's really the key to our success, and that's how we're really different. This will just give you an idea of, you see all that alphabet soup up there? NACOG, WACOG, these are the councils of governments. These are the 6 planning districts set out by the governor at that time. The governor just defined the boundaries. All of these organizations grew up within those boundaries as nonprofits. Then the federal law came along. There are 5 metropolitan planning organizations. You can see MAG and PAG are 2 of the largest ones. And transportation management areas, that's another declaration by the U.S. Secretary of Transportation. Over 200,000 in population, and you have non-attainment issues. We have more control of where the federal project selection comes from. Everybody's a member of MAG. So this is another place where we are very unique. It's because of our incorporation and annexation laws that were driven in large part by the League of Arizona Cities and Towns. We can have a huge population here. We have 4 million people here, but we have very few cities and towns. You go to a place like Dallas, they have 200 and some cities. Then they have to decide that there's a regional council selected out of that. That's much different than we have here. Every city and town can sit around the MAG table, and it's principally mayors that are on the regional council and have their say. Sometimes there's a lot of noise there. It's because everybody gets their say, but it's also great because we can reach consensus that way. It's not moving. Okay. Stop. Okay, back to the hard copy. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There we go. So it's the down arrow? Okay. So, how do we get this done? Our best practice in our organization is how to run a committee. We take great pride in how we do it. It's very professionally done. As you can see, there are different levels of committees. There's more than 25 technical committees. We ask for your best people to come. That is usually an appointment by the mayor or through the city manager is how we get people on our committees. Management committee is also something very different from other places in the nation. Most councils of governments and metropolitan planning organizations do not have a management committee. Because of that local control thing that I mentioned, we really believe that professionally run cities through their city managers need to be the clearinghouse for technicians. So when it goes up to the regional council, it's already had a great reality check. And then we have the regional council and several policy committees. This is how we get our authority. So the federal law, whether it's the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, transportation law, says that the governor gets to designate in metropolitan areas who does the planning. You can see running across the bottom there the different areas that we have a designation in. Transportation, water quality, air quality, solid waste. Water quality really isn't water quality, it's the sewer system. The city managers back in the 70s set this up. They knew that the sewer system really was a precursor to development, and they wanted local government to be totally in control of the sewer system, and so a developer cannot come to MAG and say, I have a package plan or something. They have to come through your city in order to get to MAG. Here's some of the primary documents that we're required by federal law to produce. A 20-year transportation plan has to be fiscally constrained. A TIP is the 5-year capital program for projects. Any project that's regionally significant, regardless of funding source, needs to be in here, even if, and we call that a half-mile project. If not, you're subject to a citizen lawsuit. So remember I said we're voluntary, but the federal law starts putting the clamps on because of our air quality issue here. Air quality conformity analysis, that means that we also do the air quality plan here. It sets the number of tons you're allowed to pollute. The transportation projects have to fit within that budget. Air quality is extremely complex in this region, and I believe we have probably the best staff in the nation. So here's the big problem we have in air quality right now. It's the 5% plan for PM10. The regional council submitted it on May 23rd. We have a completeness finding. We're hoping to go and get the approval of the plan on the 14th. But in order to get that approval, we have to deal with this. This is the haboob that came through, and it put so much dust in the area that re-entrained or kicked up. This is what it forced us to do. 6 months and more than 200 pages to tell it wasn't man-made. This is ridiculous. We have We have a consultant in Washington DC working on the new guidelines for this. This should have just almost taken a photo to make this difference, but this gets to show you how absurd some of the federal laws are. We also do things as a result of state legislature working with us and governor's executive orders and state contracts. We actually started 911 at MAG in this region. That actually has a state law behind it to have that excise tax on your phone bill. We do the population estimates and projections. Matter of fact, they're going through the management committee this month, and they'll go through the regional council in December. There's a lot of transportation law for how we set freeway priorities. MAG is in charge of freeway priorities, even though ADOT builds them. And then if that wasn't enough to do, because we have very engaged mayors that come to our regional council, there's other things they wanted us to do. Specs and details for public works construction. When you build a sidewalk or you're doing something curb and gutter, you're probably just referring to MAG specs. Your engineer comes down to MAG, they work on these. So it's really ground up. We're doing a lot of work right now in domestic violence. It is costing the cities a horrendous amount of money because the prosecutions aren't happening right. There were over 200 protocols on how the local police departments dealt with this. We're now down to 20-some. There's a lot of training that needs to happen here in order to not only alleviate the human suffering, but this is costly. It's the most dangerous call your police department goes on. So why should you pay attention to MAG? MAG is your organization. It's because the way the federal law and the state laws have been created, we actually control a lot of money. That doesn't mean that if you saw our capper, this kind of money isn't coming to our books. This means that we control this money through the different federal and state statutes. So you can see it's really transportation dominant at MAG. Most of the money is transportation related. So here's some of the challenges we're facing. This is the population in 2000. 2050, you might be able to say this is 2060 now. We have lost a decade of growth through this recession, approximately, in our new projections. But you can see, even though there are 15 counties in Arizona, the action's in 3. Realizing this and realizing that is the economic engine of Arizona, we set up a joint planning advisory council. We just had a huge meeting 2 days ago. 110 people showed up down in Casa Grande. 3 counties need to work together. What we're working on right now is how we do a supply chain all the way from Mexico to our region. This is called the heart attack map. So you saw the population of where we think it's going in this state. Volume to capacity, red is bad, blue is good. This means we are heading for a heart attack in Arizona because there's not enough transportation money in Arizona. If local elected officials in 1985 hadn't gone forward for that half-cent sales tax, you would not have a freeway system here today to speak of. This is how important transportation is in this region. You can see all the other projects that were ranked there. CAP, on and on. Freeways is number 1. Freeways is really the backbone. That's why people can live in Fountain Hills, get on that freeway and work other places, or vice versa. They can live in other places and come and work here. These are just the organizations that are involved in this. We are the planning agency. You have a lot of implementing agencies. This was the seminal moment in MAG back in 1985. I was here. It was a 5-member committee at MAG, set up a process. We realized with the state gas tax and the 15% money, which is our share of it, we would not be able to build the 101 freeway. We worked with the business community. Proposition 300, which is a sales tax, was one of the first in the nation to go build it, and you're driving on probably the most advanced, beautiful, rubberized asphalt freeway system in the nation. You just have to drive to California to figure out what's going on there. This was the result of that local action. It was Councilmember Billy Jency from Scottsdale that chaired that committee. So you can see all the freeway development there. So this is the wake-up call that MAG had. We kept waiting for the economy to come back. We were tracking the foreclosed homes and the pending and foreclosed when it almost hit 64,000. And we kept waiting for the upturn. We said, look, we're going to quit waiting. We're going to go do something about this. This is the first time this map has been shown. This is the very latest map. Now we're down to 19 We're really making progress on pending and foreclosed homes. So, this is an interesting chart that talks about how you can die as an organization. And if you looked at prime for MAG, that would be Prop 300, or it could be Prop 400 when we renewed it. If we're not constantly changing this organization, we're not going to be relevant. And if you go to some of these national meetings, they will tell you that their planning organizations aren't very relevant. And we have a very engaged staff and engaged committee process, and we keep being nimble to work on the issues that are out there. So here's what we did when we saw that the 64,000 pending and foreclosed homes. We said, look, economic development, we don't do that at MAG, but we're going to do it. Wayne Gretzky said, you miss 100% of the shots never taken. I was at a GPEC meeting and I said, we're taking a shot because we're tired of waiting for this economy to come back. So we've formed a blend of the business community and the public sector and said, let's go figure out what we can do to make something happen. This is the first thing we did. We looked around. We actually had the Keenan Flagler Business School from North Carolina came and talked to our city managers once and said, you know, you're getting researched and checked out before you even know it, and they're doing it through the internet. And so we looked around and said, well, how is that working for this region? It was pretty sad. And we said, well, look, we've got all this federal money. We do all this population, transportation. Let's go take that federal resource and let's go talk to GPEC and let's really build what we call a killer website. And this website, if you go to greaterphoenixrising.com, we're constantly working on it. We're getting a lot of hits on this. And this is how people are looking at this region before you even know they're out there. We invited probably the premier urban expert in the nation, Michael Gallup, to come on June 14th of this year. He did an outstanding job. We had over 200 people. You know, the world is changing. Other people are moving. And if you don't move, you're not going to be able to capture the wealth and the growth. It starts with a vision. We've had several of our elected officials take trips to Denver and to Utah, and they come back and say, what is going on? These people are killing us. And it's because they have that vision. Envision Utah set that up. So you can either think big picture or you can think incrementally. If you think incrementally, you're not going to get very far. So when Michael Gallup came in, he said, you know what? You have a lot of smart people here. This is a very innovative place. It's a very maverick place. You can really come and make something happen. But you really need to have alignment in order to make that happen. You have to have political alignment. You have to be all the way from the congressional delegation to the state legislature, to the region, to the cities, to the business community. You all have to know where you're going to go, work as a team. You know, probably the most brutal example of this, I was listening to Dr. Crow talk about a proposal that they put through with like 13 universities. They came out number 2 in this national competition, and they didn't have any elected officials with them, and every other team had the elected officials with them. This is teamwork, and we need to get together as a team. We had Thunderbird, great resource for you in this valley, up in the Northwest Valley. They're global experts. You can hire their interns for $2,000 to come and work on a project for you. They produce this. We call this the flat line. We're not growing. Texas is killing us. Texas is actually killing the produce trade. They're taking it out of Nogales and taking it across Mexico on a new highway and taking it up to Texas. Michael Crow's slide from ASU. He said, if I told you that there was a G20 country on your border as big as South Korea, wouldn't you want to trade with them? This is a very telling chart. This is our future. We actually did a $500,000 freight study with the idea that we were going to stop trains, we were going to stop trucks coming out of California, we were going to add value to that, and then we were going to ship it further east. These freight experts came in and said, that's not your play. That isn't going to work. You're not going to get an Alliance, Texas type of inland port like they have. Your real play is Mexico. And you know, I can tell you, I was ignorant about this. I like to say we were in this region, we were on housing heroin. It was too easy. The housing kept coming. We got another Costco. We got another Home Depot. We didn't really have to think too hard about this. And so now we know that we have to diversify our economy or we're going to have these volatile swings over and over and over. And that's why we had this meeting of the 3 counties just a couple days ago. We're looking at that chain all the way from Nogales up. Our border crossing at Nogales is pitiful. We have a brand new port for the trucks, but then as soon as they leave that, they go right by Nogales High School. We need an interchange. The deconvening gate for the railroads is 2 big iron gates pushed open by 3 people, and it's propped up by a rock. That's what we have at Nogales. We took 50 elected officials to Nogales to see this for ourselves. This is Michael Gallus's slides that National Expert I talked about. So we just kind of had to get some perspective here of where we're at. Here are the industrial markets. These are the areas and populations. See all that corridor coming out of Texas? That's called the NASCO corridor. That pumps right up to Detroit. When we had Thunderbird come and look at this for us, and I should have brought this slide, but they showed us a slide. You cannot believe all the aerospace companies in Sonora, which is our neighbor, and all the automobile makers that are in Sonora. We're trying to work with small and medium-sized businesses right now. How can you have a partnership with Sonora, and how can our smaller business get in the game? This is the play we want to make. The Pat Tillman Bridge, just completed across the Colorado, that will get you to what's called the Canamex, up to Alberta. We're looking at Interstate 11. I-5 in California is totally plugged up. But if we can get Interstate 11, which was designated in the last MAP 21 federal legislation, we are working on that corridor. It is the Intermountain West turn to get a new freeway in the United States. And this will just show you the population centers that could serve. This is the logistics hub that we're talking about. So this slide is, the federal government isn't going to come and help us. It's flat. Federal highway or federal transit, this is a little outdated, but the picture is the same. If we think we're going to go clean up with the federal government, it's not going to happen. As an old psychologist that worked with me once, I worked for him, he said, Dennis, you make your own happiness. That's what we did here in Arizona in Prop 300. That's what we did in 400. And we just need to get smart about this. We need to set up legislation that will make us globally competitive. This picture says the state legislature is probably not coming either. We haven't had an increase in the gas tax since 1992. I'm not a math major, but I just took the surrounding states around Arizona, added them up, divided. We're 8 cents a gallon behind our neighboring states in gas tax. When our staff just went 3 weeks ago up to Utah, I think it was like 60 or 70% of their money in their transportation program is not federal. Our program in Arizona right now is almost all federal. It's almost to the point to where the DOT cannot match the federal funds. So we are really hurting. And that completes my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Thank you for coming out today during the presentation. And the Michael Gallup presentation that you put on was also excellent. I was there, and that was certainly an eye-opener.
And Madam Mayor, there's a brand new Michael Gallup presentation that was just done last week in Denver, and we'll make that available to your staff. It talks about the entire Intermountain West and how the Intermountain West needs to work together. These other corridors in the United States that are north-south, they work together as a team from the northern part of the United States all the way to the south. That's the team we really need to put together because Intermountain West is in this together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from Councilwoman Dickey?
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Ken, for having and inviting Dennis out here, because I know the MADCOG concept is a little bit challenging, and no matter how ingrained I am with it, it's still hard to figure who does what. You tend to think of it as regional planning and air and transportation, but you don't realize the reach into domestic violence and the port of entries now that we're talking about. But also I noticed a municipal kind of an aging program that you're having.
Right.
And also some of the local first
efforts, which are going, kind of in, Arizona now, where local is becoming more than just your own city, but the whole region. So with these different committees, you mentioned that the mayors appoint, and how do you know, and how would the mayor know if there were openings on any of these? Should anybody on any council want to be involved?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Dickey, usually when a new elected official comes in the region, we sit down and we've had the meeting with Mayor Kavanaugh. We've given her the outline of all of your members that serve on the MEG committees, so she has that. Town manager has that, and so that's how we do it. We just ask that if you put someone on a committee that they're able to attend, because we do have quorum requirements. We do have a video conference, audio conference, to make it easy for people, especially that are further out from the region. There are a lot of challenges in Arizona. This is a state that has really done some remarkable things, CAP and other things. We can do this. There needs to be a vision that everybody buys into. That's what we're going for on a retreat in March with this whole Sun Corridor, and get everybody lined up, make sure it's what you want, and then let's push forward and make it happen.
And I wanted to thank Dennis also and Mag, because your partnerships with us and some of the grants that we've gone for and probably will go for in the future for walkable communities, and you're definitely a resource for us, and we appreciate that.
And we work for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to the call to the public, if anyone's here to speak on the sign ordinance, that would be under number 5. Okay? That would, so item number 5 would be when you open the public hearing, is when you would come up to speak on that particular item. Right now, it is just general call to the public for items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards?
Mayor, we have 3 cards. Tom Ginsler, followed by Peter Bardot, and then Linda Bardot.
Good evening,
Hi.
Mayor, council members. My name is Tom Gonsiorek. I am a new resident here in Fountain Hills. I moved in 11 months ago. I live over by Saguaro and Shea, and there has just recently developed a little bit of an eyesore. On Monterey Boulevard, there are 2 vehicles that are parked there. One has been there for about 2 months now, and the second one has just gotten there about 2 weeks ago, and the second one is about 12 feet tall and has a complete cover on it. And I checked yesterday with the sheriff's office. They went out and checked the vehicles. I didn't want to touch them or anything. He said that they are both legitimately registered with the town of Fountain Hills, and he can't do anything about it. I just want to know, what is the possibility of getting something done for people not to store their cars on the street throughout the winter? That's what these 2 people are doing. There's no doubt about it, because the first automobile there that's not covered, it's an older Dodge Ram van, and it is sat there for months and months and months. It had tumbleweed underneath it that just gathered dirt, and it's an eyesore. And I'm just and they said it's legal to park cars on the street. So, I, as a new resident from the Midwest, we were not able to park our cars in the street between the hours of 2 and 6 in the morning. I don't know if there's anything like that in this town, or can there be? Just want to know about how I can go about doing something for it.
Okay, thank you. You may not be aware, but at this particular time of the meeting, if it's not on the agenda, well, we can take notes here of what you said. We are not permitted by law to comment.
I understand.
Okay? So,
my next question would be, well, how do I do something? This is totally new to me. I've never done anything like this. So, I am a babe in arms in it. So, I have no idea what to do, how to go about it. If there is somebody I can talk to or find out the proper procedure, I certainly would like to.
okay, then we will get back to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Peter Bardot.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council members, I just want to quickly relay a really cool experience I had last weekend. I was at, my wife and I were at the River Crime Museum charity auction in 2011, and I was fortunate enough to win one of the packages, which included a day with the firehouse and crew here in Fountain Hill. And I just got an opportunity last weekend to spend a few hours with the firefighters and Captain Todd Brunnan. And I got to tell you, it was awesome. Got to hang out with these guys, got to really learn about how they manage their shifts, their training, their commitment. And, I've always wanted to be a fireman since I was a little kid, but I got to tell you, these guys really are true heroes. They are capable, they're committed, dedicated, and humble. And I really encourage everyone, not at the same time, but everyone to stop by and meet these guys. I mean, there's 3 different shifts. We only got to hang out with one of the shifts, but I'm just so impressed with the dedication to service and what these guys are up to. And I had to tell you. So, thanks.
Thanks, Peter. Anyone else?
No, Mayor.
No? Okay. All right, we'll go on to the consent agenda items. We have 3. Number 1, consideration of approving the town council meeting minutes from October 9 and 18, 2012. Number 2, consideration for approval of resolution 2012-30 abandoning certain public utility and drainage easements located at 16851 North Sourdough Place. Number 3, consideration of approving an expenditure with Tyler Technologies Incorporated in the amount of $52,827.48 for annual maintenance and support of the town's financial software. And any speaker cards on that?
No, Mayor.
No. Can I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as listed, please?
Mayor, so moved.
And second? And a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Yates?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson? Vice Mayor Bozay?
Aye.
Councilmember Dickey?
Aye.
Councilmember Brown?
Aye.
Mayor Kavanaugh?
Aye.
Mayor 6-0.
Thank you. Now, regular agenda items, number 4, consideration of resolution 2012-20 declaring as public record the zoning ordinance, chapter 1, definitions, and chapter 6, sign regulations. 10, please.
Mayor Kavanaugh, members of the council, the senior planner, will give a presentation regarding sign amendments.
Bob.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a presentation for the resolution. I think you need to make that first.
Madam Mayor, the first one is declaring a public record a document. The second one's actually consideration of the ordinance. So you can do the presentation either at the front end with the resolution and have it apply to both, or either way.
Any preference? You want to do it? Nope. Okay, then.
Mayor? So, Andrew, we can make a motion for the resolution. Is that what you want us to do?
That's correct. When we're adopting by reference, we need to declare it as a public record, then adopt by reference, and the public hearing comes with the second stage, which is the ordinance.
So we don't need a public record for this, a public hearing for this aspect of it.
Not for this one.
So then I can move to approve resolution 2012 declaring as public records the zoning ordinance, chapter 1 definitions, and chapter 6 sign regulations.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mayor 6-0.
Open a public hearing to receive comments on ordinance 1207, text amendment to chapter 1 definitions and chapter 6 sign regulations of the zoning ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. What's commonly called the sign ordinance is actually just chapter 6 of the zoning ordinance. The primary reasons that the town has sign regulations deal with the aesthetics, visual character, to provide reasonable limits on the number and size of signs, to differentiate between signs that are aimed at autos versus pedestrians, and for public safety. An ad hoc sign ordinance review committee was formed in July of 2011, consisting of volunteers from the business community, citizens, staff, planning and zoning commissioners, and town council members. The committee reviewed the entire sign ordinance and made recommendations for improvements and clarifications. Particular attention was given to the A-frame and banner regulations. The sign ordinance review committee met weekly until April of 2012. During the months of March and April, 3 open houses were held in order to present the committee's recommendations to the public and to receive further input. Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on July 12, 2012. The commission recommended approval of the ordinance amendments subject to a few of their own amendments. However, due to additional amendments, also made by the town attorney and comments received from the town council's work study, and the sign committee's re-review, the Planning and Zoning Commission held a second public hearing on October 11th of this year. These listed sections are potentially being amended with this proposal to reflect the Planning and Zoning Commission's final recommendations. Section 6.02 is the first major change you'll see. The definitions have been moved. Sections 603 through 607 are primarily typo fixes, department name changes, and consistency changes that are more administrative in nature. And Section 6.08 is the main body of the ordinance and details the rules for the various types of signs around town. I'm going to quickly go through each one of these changes. Each and every one of these sections you see listed was changed in some manner. I'm going to go quickly through them. The ones that are noted in red on the screen and in your packets are the ones that have had different recommendations from different bodies other than the Planning and Zoning Commission. Otherwise, what you see and what I'm talking about is what the Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended. So starting with 602, definitions have been moved to Chapter 1 of the zoning ordinance. This puts all the definitions in the zoning ordinance in one place, and also some minor cleaning up has occurred. Some inconsistencies have been cleaned up, but the definitions themselves have not been changed, just moved. Section 603, department name change to the Development Services Department rather than Planning and Zoning. We added a section that allowed for sliding glass. The plexiglass face changes of signs will no longer need permits. We took out a section B that it was a holdover from past practices because the town does not actually issue stickers for all signs anymore. The only current issued stickers are for A-frames. Section 6.04, we deleted Section C because it was a redundancy. The 2 previous sections actually said the same thing. Section 605, the town council recently adopted a revised penalty section into the town code, and this just makes this section consistent with what the town council adopted. Section 607F, this change was made to make it consistent with the proposed changes to the A-frame section sign we'll talk about later. 607I4, this change makes this section consistent with the new section being proposed for electronic message signs. If the new section 608CC is not added to the ordinance, this section shouldn't be changed. Staff does not recommend permitting electronic message signs, and we'll talk more about that when we get to 608CC. Section 607I5, this change makes this section consistent with the definitions of these types of signs as well as some later sections. 607I9, this section is deleted because it's now covered by Section 5 previously. 607J, this section is being moved and clarifies that all signs don't necessarily have to be redone, only the non-conforming signs. 607K, this section is being moved into the non-conforming sign section, otherwise not being changed. Section 607M, this amendment is to keep this section consistent with some later sections. 607N was deleted, as it is covered under the window sign section. Section 607Q, section was also deleted as it contradicts the non-conforming sign section. 608, the index table. It's being amended to reflect the changes within the ordinance. The changes include renumbering, including new sections, as well as a few previously missing sections, and just generally reorganizing the index. Section 608A1, the total aggregate sign area. That section was amended to remove the 125% limitation on signage for one side of a corner commercial building. Total aggregate signage will now be permitted to be allocated as the property or building owner deems necessary on their building. 608B, A-frame signs. This is one of the red sections that have been noted in red because there are different recommendations to be considered. The proposed changes currently, the A-frame sign regulations are to allow businesses which front on more than one street to have more than one A-frame sign, one per street front, rather than only one as it is current. It would also allow A-frame signs to be placed within the public right-of-way, directly in front of a business, within 3 feet of a curb. This includes A-frame signs with attachments like balloons. We would delete the section that says A-frame signs can't be used for directional purposes. That's the arrows. They would now be allowed. This would remove the text area limitation since the sign's size already limits what can be on it. There was no sense in having a text area limitation as well. And it would note that A-frame signs may be out between the hours of 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And it would also change the sunset clause date to December 31st, 2013. Again, this section is highlighted in red because you have some different recommendations. The Signs Review Committee recommended that the A-frame signs hours of being able to stay out were from 6 a.m. to 12 midnight, and that the sunset date be extended for 2 years rather than the 1 year to 2014. And staff supports the recommendations by the Planning and Zoning Commission for A-frame signs. Staff does not support the Review Committee's recommendations. Staff feels that there has not been an adequate compliance with the existing ordinance to justify a 2-year sunset extension. Staff recommends keeping the 1-year extensions until there's been evidence of the business community compliance with the new ordinance. Staff also does not support allowing A-frame signs to be out between 6 a.m. and midnight, as it would be virtually unenforceable, and forgotten signs within the right-of-way after dark that late could create public safety issues if they were left out. Section 608D, event banners. The proposed changes to this section, allowing grand opening banners to be up for 30 days rather than the current 14. It would delete Section 2 to reflect actual practice and allow displays to stay up for the duration of the event rather than require that they be taken in at the end of each day and brought out again the following morning. There's a clarification that the measurement of a balloon's allowable height is from the ground, not from the top of the sign. And it would allow event displays for 7 days per month rather than the current allowance of 3 days or 60 hours per month. Now, the sign committee had a different recommendation. The sign review committee recommended that event banners be permitted to be displayed 14 days per month, in a minimum of 2 7 consecutive day increments. Staff supports the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation of 7 days per month. Section 608F, contractor signs. This change would allow contractors to put up a banner instead of a hard sign when they're working on a site. Staff does not recommend and does not support allowing contractors to put up banners instead of hard signs when they're working on a site. Staff has had no requests from banners or from contractors for this amendment, and we believe that such a change would and could lead to visual clutter, especially in residential neighborhoods. Staff recommends that this amendment not be made. 608I, flags. This section was reworded so that its meaning is more clear. No changes to the actual regulations were made, but there was some rewording. 608J, freestanding signs. The changes made in this section consistent with makes this section consistent with the rest of the ordinance, which was changed in 2009. Also, a new subsection 7 and 8 are being added. These subsections were previously standalone sections CC and EE, but the committee felt that the Planning and Zoning Commission agreed that they are really just variations of freestanding signs, so it should be moved to this section J to make things simpler for residents or new businesses looking for information. The contents of those sections did not change. Section 608M, garage sale signs. The amendments to this section are designed to make them consistent with the A-frame regulations being proposed. It's felt that the maximum size allowance is sufficient and the minimum size requirement has been eliminated. The section also added corrugated plastic as an alternative material which could be used in garage sale signage. Section 608P, neon signs, is another one I've noted in red. This section is being amended so that neon signs are permitted for any type of message rather than just signs that say open or that have company logos. The town attorney noted that The existing ordinance provisions allowing only open or logo signs could possibly be construed as content-based regulation, and he recommended amending the ordinance to permit neon signs, if they are allowed, to display any legal message subject to other current window signage restrictions. Staff has recommended that neon signage not be allowed at all. As it is not in keeping with the southwestern style of commercial development that is encouraged through the general plan, concept plan review, and the architectural design review guidelines adopted by the town, and staff has recommended that this section be amended to end the use of neon signs rather than to expand their use. Section 608Q, open house directional signs. The changes will make this section consistent with the real estate sign section, the A-frame sign section, and the garage sale sign sections of the ordinance. This also removes the spacing requirement from street corners when signs don't present a safety hazard. However, the signs may still not be grouped all together. 608R, political and ideological signs. These changes are being made to bring the town's ordinance into conformance with state law. Political signs are allowed to be bigger and must now be permitted within the public rights of way. 608F, projecting signs. The current ordinance effectively blocks most of the use of these types of signs. The proposed changes relax the rules and allow for these signs to be used more often whenever appropriate. 608T, real estate signs. Real estate signs by their nature are portable. This section clarifies that they may not be A-frame signs. 608V, temporary signs. This section is being deleted. This section is redundant since the rules for the various types of temporary signage are already outlined in other sections. 608X, window signs. Section is being amended to include neon signs if they're allowed. And 608AA, lodging district signs. This section is being deleted. The section is deleted because lodging districts require signage just like other commercial districts. Restricting those areas to only one freestanding sign was felt to be way too prohibitive. 608BB, comprehensive sign plans. This section is being moved to 608Z in the new ordinance. It's simply a renumbering of the section, no changes. 608CC, shared monument signs. As noted previously, this section is being moved to 608J7, only renumbering, no changes to the actual section. 608DD, street addresses. This section is also being moved. It's going to become the new 608AA. Just renumbering, no changes to the actual section. 608EE, subdivision identification signs, again being moved to 608J, only renumbering, no actual changes to the section. 608FF, sign walkers. This section is being moved to become the new 608BB and amended to allow sign walkers to be out any day of the week rather than only on Fridays and Saturdays as the current ordinance allows, so long as they are actually standing and not seated in a chair or similar circumstance. Also, the time of day limits will be removed. Section 608CC, electronic message signs. This would be a new section. The current ordinance does not allow these types of signs except for use by churches and schools. This proposal recommends that electronic message signs also be allowed for commercial and industrial uses under these listed conditions. First, electrical message signs must be on site. Electrical message signs may not resemble traffic signals. Flashing or changing text or graphics must stop at 10 p.m. And to reduce nighttime glare after 10 p.m., the background colors must be darker than the text. Staff has offered the recommendation and does not support this proposal to allow electronic message signs for commercial and industrial uses. Staff's concerns regarding this type of signage are similar to our concerns regarding neon, A-frames, and banners and relate to the cumulative effects on the visual character of the town. The staff recommends that this amendment not be approved. Some additional notes. Correspondence with additional recommendations has been received from Daktronics, the International Sign Association, and from Audra Koster Thomas, and were included in your packets for your review and are part of this public record. Staff recommends Town Council approve the proposed zoning ordinance text amendments as presented and recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission with the additional amendments recommended by staff. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. All right, we'll go to speaker cards. We have some.
Mayor, we have 13 speaker cards, one of which indicated they did not wish to speak, but wanted the council to know they were against ordinance 1207.
1207.
Speaker cards. I'll read the first three names. Jerry Kirkendall, Peter Bardot, followed by Sean White. Jerry Kirkendall?
Jerry Kirkendall, thank you.
Hey, Jerry.
I'm not real sure on one of these things. I thought they said now that the signs don't have to be 3 feet in. Someone the other day told me they changed that again. So I don't know what they changed or not changed that much. I don't see any reason why it has to be 3 feet in unless it's in a, where a car parks and a bumper might hit it or something. But there's a lot of areas where it's not going to be seen if it's 3 feet in. There's trees in the way or whatever. And I was just wondering now, can you put it closer to the street or can't you? I always have, and that's where I was told to put it. I just want to make sure it's all right now.
I think that was a recommendation by P&Z to the council, but the council hasn't decided on that yet. That's
Okay.
for this meeting.
All right. Yeah, I hope they let them, because there's no reason to be 3 feet in unless it's like a parking area or something. So I know in the past a couple of things there's a lot of people that did leave the signs up all night, and if they're not supposed to do that, I think they should get the people. And our central signs have been out there for years. They've never done anything about that. There's a flashing sign that has, I don't know why, I don't think that was something that was ever designed to be allowable. And then they'll get little things. They say, well, someone made a complaint. Well, who made a complaint? Well, they won't tell you. I don't think it's good that they won't get on someone just because someone complains against it. And I wouldn't care if none of us could have signs if everybody was the same. But since we can, I do think they should be like that. Well, they took that off. That thing about the arrow, things like that. It just makes it so that everybody's going to break the rules one way or another. You have so many of them. It's got to be a little more simpler. And if they're going to let them do it, let them do it. Okay. Well, thank you.
All right, thanks, Jerry.
Peter Bardot?
Hey, Peter.
Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Peter Bordeaux. I've been a resident here for about 20 years. I've raised my family and my children, and now I'm helping to raise my grandchildren here. I have a home-based business, and I have a day job down in the city. And I never really gave much thought to the sign ordinances, unless I was trying to find a place that was really hard to find because the sign is very small. But recently, my son and I are working on opening a new business here in town. And, I did all the heavy lifting. I wrote the business plan, the sales projections, market analysis, all of the stuff that you need to do. I even found an investor. And interestingly enough, a conversation came up with the investor about how you're going to deal with Fountain Hills sign limitations. Because my business relies a lot on traffic. So my business keeps local dollars that would otherwise be spent outside of town, here in town. But more importantly, it attracts dollars into town. And it does that by being visible, right? So I started paying attention to the sign regulations. I attended the planning and zoning open session in October. And I didn't know what I was in for. So, one of the things that I do in life is I analyze technical infrastructure, deep analysis, and I'm trained to look for patterns in technology, in business, and things like that. So going through the packet for the P&Z meeting is very interesting. I noticed that throughout the recommendations, throughout the documentation, there was a consistent and reoccurring pattern where the sign review committee, made up of elected officials, appointed officials, business community leaders, private citizens, sort of a real good cross-section of town, would make recommendations, specific recommendations. Those recommendations would then be countered by Planning and Zoning Commission and then by staff, right? And this occurs over and over and over through the documentation. And if you look at the pattern, the Sign Review Committee made strong recommendations to loosen the regulations, to increase business, to make it easier and more friendly environment here to do business. Well, again, without exception, staff's recommendations were quite the opposite. And, I get it, right? We don't want to be Las Vegas. I get it. But there's a balance to be struck here. And, without being too flippant, you talk about neon not being consistent with the desert. Well, there you go. There's neon. That's fairly consistent with our town. So, I think there's a little common sense that needs to be brought to the conversation. And, quite frankly, and with all due respect to staff doesn't need to turn a profit. Staff doesn't need to make payroll. Staff doesn't need to pay back an investor. And when staff can't make payroll, they don't pull it out of their pocket to pay their employees. I do. I put a lot at risk in opening a business here. I could have opened it anywhere, but I chose here. So I'd really like the council and the mayor to consider that the sign review committee recommendations are really what we should be going with. So I know I'm running out of time. There's a lot more to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean White, followed by Frank Ferrara.
Frank's going to have a tough act to follow. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Olivier, and council members, I am an attorney here in Fountain Hills. I've had a business here for 10 years. I also am part of the Chamber of Commerce as a chairperson for the Board of Directors, and I was part of the subcommittee that reviewed this sign ordinance for the last several years with some of the folks up here for the town. To further Peter's point about some of the recommendations from the committee, I'd just like to go through a few that the committee looked at, because we did take a lot of time to go through each one of these, and we spent more than one meeting discussing the various options. One was the A-frame signs. The committee recommended that A-frames be allowed within 1 foot of a curb. The reason being was, as the first gentleman pointed out, 3 feet back may not be able to be seen for certain businesses. But furthermore, we have some meandering sidewalks in Fountain Hills. The committee does not recommend that the A-frames be placed on the sidewalks or in the median, of course, but these meandering sidewalks could prohibit an A-frame sign where otherwise it would be permitted if it were 1 foot back from the curb or 1 foot back from the sidewalk. So that was one of the A-frame issues that was dealt with in the committee. It was talked about in several of the meetings, so it wasn't just the business owners pressing for the 1 foot. We actually looked at some other towns. We dealt with some safety issues and safety concerns that we had with the A-frames. So it was something that was deliberated at these committee meetings. Of course, we talked about banners at length. I know that's been a subject of discussion for the last umpteenth years in this town. Banners are an effective way for businesses to advertise and market their business. It's cheap, it's efficient, it could be well done without being tethered and tacky, which I think would be an enforcement issue. But 2.5 days per month is something that the town really needs to address, because business owners use these banners for special events. They use them as a very inexpensive way to draw folks to their business. The committee looked at what the churches had in town. The churches have 30 days per month that they can have a banner out. So essentially a banner out for 365 days a year. What the business, what the committee had discussed was compromising and coming up with a 14-day provision where businesses could have a banner out for 14 days. Electronic message signs was another issue that was discussed, and frankly, it wasn't very controversial. One of the members of our subcommittee was Commissioner Slechta, who's with the Planning and Zoning Commission. He actually came in with a proposal that I thought was very well done, and the committee really just adopted the proposal. And it was electronic message signs were allowed. They had to be on site. No flashing or images after 10 p.m., and only in commercial and industrial districts. That was something that the committee looked at as well. I'd like to address the neon signs. That first came up. I know I'm running out of time, so I'll be real quick. On the neon signs, that came up because we thought it was a content issue, that the town was regulating the content on the neon signs. The town attorney has confirmed that the current regulations do in fact regulate content. So what the town, or what the committee had addressed is keeping the neon signs in place, no content regulation. Obviously, the neon signs are used within the town, primarily with restaurants. Restaurants, I think, have a lot of overhead, so any business they can drive to the town is certainly something that the town should consider as well. So those are some of the issues that the committee looked at, and certainly if there's any questions, I can answer those too. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Frank Ferrara, followed by Linda Bardo.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Jay, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Frank Ferrara, and I am the CEO, President of the Chamber of Commerce. Here we are again. The very first meeting that I addressed the council almost 16 years ago had to do with what? Signage. And here we are again. I'm not going to go over any of the issues of who said what, and this committee did a hell of a job. We all know that. They did a great job. And I think that there's been a lot of work to go into it. I'm going to let my comments take another tack. About a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks now, I read in the Times, our newspaper, an article that said something to the effect, and I'm paraphrasing, but I think you'll get the gist. Businesses outside of Mountain Hills looked at us as being extremely unfriendly and not the place that they would want to do business. That really hurt, because we know better. And I would say, ladies and gentlemen of this council, tonight you have an opportunity to dismiss those notions and that myth that we are an unfriendly town and a town that outsiders don't want to come in to do business. I ask you to consider very carefully your actions of this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Linda Bardo, followed by Paul Smith.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. And Beth, I've always wanted to tell you, it's actually Bordeaux. I like Bridget Bardo, so I never said anything before, but it's Bordeaux. Okay, so just a few things. I don't want to reiterate what everyone has said about the signage. 2 points that I felt were left undone. I don't know how many folks at home realize, but we get like 79% of our general fund money from things like retail sales tax. These are our businesses. I went to every single one of those sign meetings, public meetings. We ran the gambit from having business members turn each other in because their signage is improperly displayed to wanting to pull business licenses for people who aren't in compliance. Yeah, if we have rules, people need to be in compliance, but I don't think we ought to be raising the fees on what that is. It's a lot of money to purchase these signs and, anyway, enough said on that. The banners I like. They're teardrop banners. They're a nice pop of color. They come up and they come down. And I think they're nice. They blow in the breeze. That can actually draw somebody's attention to you. A-frame signs can be difficult to read. Our streets are very wide. They were designed to go to 4 lanes in most cases, as the town was master planned to be 60,000. So if you're driving along and you're an older person, you might not be able to see what's on that sign very well, which is why I like the banners more than the other. Some of the restrictions on the banners say rather than doing 14 days a month, they want to do 7 consecutive days. One thing to keep in mind in a business, maybe you have a Tuesday that's a slow day. Maybe you're going to have a sale on another day. Having 7 consecutive days really limits your ability to pump up your volume on days that you have less traffic. All of these things bring more revenue, obviously, to the town, the more that we're selling. In terms of the neon signs, there's neon signs in every town in the valley. I'm not sure I understand the line that's in the statement saying that it doesn't coincide with our southwestern style. Like my husband said, I don't think if we want it to be Vegas, but a small tasteful neon sign that says something, take out anything other than open, I think could be allowed if done properly and with the right signage.
with the right size, in other words, based on the amount of space that you have to display your sign in. And as the town attorney pointed out, I think that limiting what you can say in one of these signs could be borderline freedom of speech issue constitutionally as well. The electronic message signs, at that meeting I was in the back watching, but P&Z came up with a nice compromise on the electronic signage, which I thought would work really well. And here again, it's another instance where staff says, well, we don't agree with this. So I want to reiterate what my husband said about staff. I think the staff does a great job, but you have to think about how are we going to further the business's abilities to pull in the people that they need to pull in. I think as we all know, we're at the end of the line. We're at the end of the line for the electrical grid, we're at the end of the line for cable, and all of the other resources. And the same thing is true for our town. People don't drive through Fountain Hills to really get to anywhere. So we want to make sure that while they are here and we have a captive audience, we can direct them to the various businesses that they can enjoy and therefore give us their tax dollars. Okay. I know I'm over. Thank you very much. Thanks, Linda. Paul Smith, followed by Jean Fletcher.
Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Paul Smith, the resident in this town for almost 20 years now and a business owner. But today, I'm here to represent the Greater Fountain Hills Business Alliance. I'm the chairman of the board of that organization, and our sole purpose is retention and expansion of businesses in Fountain Hills. We have no other purpose, but and then in that retention, we've seen so many businesses go out, and a lot of them have gone out because they're not recognized. You've seen our cash mobs out there. We've been very successful trying to get people to recognize these. We have to have the signage. We have to follow what the business people want in this town, and we realize that there's limits within all of that. But I'm here to represent we have over 100 members, and that's 1 year ago today today's our birthday. 1 year ago today, and we all feel that what the business group that put their thoughts forward should be followed. So thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Jean Fletcher, followed by Bob Dose.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I think Beth has some pictures I would like to have passed out to the council members. When I was 9, I lived across from a grocery store with an adjacent vacant lot owned by the grocery store owner. My friends and I thought the lot would make a great ball field, with the store being our backstop. The owner gave us permission, but told us in no uncertain terms, respect his property, don't trash it up, or lose the privilege. Over that summer, we got one warning, and we knew there was no second chance. Fast forward to today and the businesses in town. They have used our town right-of-ways for their temporary signage, and they've used them poorly, and they've never been even given permission. As 9-year-olds, we were given one warning. The businesses have been given 4 years of warnings. Look at the photos. They're everyday examples. I see A-frames on our sidewalks every day, A-frames on the street, on the avenue, A-frames in Fountain Park, right behind our pieces like Abe and Teddy, an A-frame over a mile away from the business on Shea in front of a town directory sign, and another art piece, banner flags flapping in the wind in our town right-of-ways, and signs chained to the ground. 50% of businesses leave their A-frames out all night. 100% of the banners are illegal today. So I'm really disappointed in the businesses. Actually, I'm mad. Town and right-of-way belongs to everyone. Must be respected. And what are the consequences of this bad behavior? At your recent work study session, the town council asked staff to craft a resolution that would create a political sign-free zone on town right-of-ways in every arterial in the town. Justification. Placement of these signs within the right-of-ways will detract from the scenic and aesthetic appeal and deter its appeal to tourists. These are temporary signs being placed on our town property. These are no different than cluttering up our town right-of-ways with business A-frame signs and banners. Bottom line, if political signs are unattractive along the streets, then so are A-frames and banners. A respected member of SPAC said it best when she said, Fountain Hills is not and should not seek to become an average community. We all moved here because we thought it was special. Even average communities in the valley pay more attention to aesthetics and signage. Apache Junction does not allow A-frames in their community. Half the communities in the valley do not allow A-frames. The proposal vastly increases the usage of the most unappealing signage possible on town property by a business community that has not shown any interest in following the ordinances of this town. So why are we rewarding bad behavior? Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Joe, followed by Carol Rapoli.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm glad I found Mr. Schlechter. He's pretty angry about our businesses. I guess he'd like it if we all closed up, because all the restrictions he would like to place in taking business licenses away is pretty ridiculous. But I am here to support the group's recommendations. I was not involved directly with them. However, I was kept abreast by them by a number of the members, and I think they were very sound recommendations. I hope you will approve them tonight, and I hope that we can make Mr. Schlechter happy by being, maybe we'll all go away. Good night.
Thanks, Bob. Carol Rapoli, followed by Sherry Sledge.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor and Council, I was involved in a business for 6 years in this town that I sold 4 years ago. Spent 10 years ago a year on a sign committee that we worked very hard at in trying to resolve a problem with the A-frame. I actually was the person that came up with the idea to have them professionally made, all uniform, and have the town make some money and put permits on them. It's come a long way. I am now back in business again in town, and I have lived here all this time. And I was fortunate enough to sit with a couple of the sign committees. Unfortunately, as a spectator, I couldn't say anything. I think they really did a good job. They did a wonderful job. It's very difficult to go over every one of these sections and every one of these ordinances and break them down and try to explain what they mean and what they don't mean. There are two sections, though, and two things that I would like to see changed. And it was at the last meeting, everybody was tired and they wanted to conclude and get it done with. One of the things are, if you're all familiar with feather signs, they look like a flag. They're on a pole, and there's a nice soft feather look that's attached to it. It actually is aesthetically very appealing. They say things like pizza, hair salon, barbershop. I really think that, unfortunately, they got put together with the banner section, and they're both in the same section. It says banner, and that's part of the banner sign. And that was only allowed and recommended for those to be up for 14 days in a month. I think they should be separated, and the banner sign or the feather sign should be a totally separate situation than the banners that go up on a building. It's not if it's a new business or whatever, that's fine. I personally have a feather sign in front of my business that says nothing but barbershop. And it just gives people the knowledge that the barbershop is there, because they don't know it's there when they drive by. So if you would please take that into consideration, I would appreciate that. Of course, this is all in my opinion. The other thing is the spinner signs, which consist of a person, mostly a teenager, outside spinning an arrow that can't be read, that is a safety issue. People driving through town literally look over like reading a text message at this guy spinning a sign that they cannot read. Has been recommended to be approved for 30 days. I think that is absolutely terrible. I think it is a safety issue. I think it's tacky, and it should be removed. And that is all I have to say. Thank you for listening to me.
Thanks, Sal.
Sherry Sledge, followed by Margaret Squires. I too was here 10 years ago in the sign ordinance thing, and somehow I didn't think I'd be here 10 years later. Anyway, I'm a business person of the year this year, so I do get out there. I kind of know what's going on. And one of the things I always hear is that, the people in town don't like it. Well, here's some sign people that said they do like the signs, and they made their little comments, and, we need them to find shops. We never would have found the store. Makes it easier to locate. And it says, grow up Fountain Hills, get with it. Signs, that type of thing. So I'll leave these here, and you can look at their comments, that they feel the signs, the A-frame signs we're talking about specifically, and they have the choice here, and they sign their names, not anonymous, keep them, get rid of them, no opinion, in a remark section. So that is available. So people do like them, they do use them. And off of my A-frame over the years, because we monitored everybody, 20% of my new business comes from that. So it does make a difference sometimes whether a business can stay open or not. Just believe me, Fountain Hills is a difficult place to make a really good living. But one of the things that's hardly ever talked about here, of course, 18 months now they haven't really been enforcing things. So things have been a little bit bad, but not nearly as bad as the hidden secret. When I was on this committee before, we talked about, we had these really nice garage signs, right, Mig? You had to check them out. Well, this is what I think crashes up. We got all these garage signs. Every weekend, these things are all over, and I don't see any A-frames that look this crappy. And they're in the streets, they're in the medians, they're everywhere. Why are the business people getting penalized when this goes on every single weekend and it looks like trash? So I'm not too happy about that. I think if we want to clean up, then let's clean up. These people are supposed to know that they're supposed to check out signs, all right, and they don't do it. But we don't talk about them. So, and if we want more of these for lease signs, and I don't want more lease signs. I have people come in and say, "Is this a depressed town?" And I said, "No." But it looks that way because we have so many for sale signs. And it's unfortunate that right now people ask me, and I know a lot of other business owners, and if they say, "Would you open your business here in this town again?" I would have to say that I would open in Scottsdale if I wanted to make money. If I'm here and I want to open a place as a hobby and I have a retirement, fine. But if I have to feed a family, it's really tough. It's really tough. And it's nice. This committee, we worked hard, and it would be nice if you respect all the things, because we talked stuff through really fully. And we tried to look at it to be good. We want to monitor ourselves, and most of the business people feel that way. And some of them are just, they don't know. I've talked to some of them, and they don't know what they're supposed to do and what not. But if we get this passed that's really workable, I know most of the business people that were on the committee and other ones will go out there to help educate. So, aesthetically, I think this is a great town, and the A-frames make it fun. I just went to Coeur d'Alene. Beautiful little town. Guess what? A-frames. I loved it. I ended up going in stores and buying things I never would have bought, and that's what happens here. Thank you, Sherry. Margaret Squires, followed by Audra Costa Thomas. And the last speaker is Michael Miller.
Hi, I just wanted to let you know that I've had a business here in Fountain Hills for about going on 19 years. And we were originally on Colony, moved up to Saguaro. When we put our sandwich sign, which was very nicely done, out on the sidewalk, well, not on the sidewalk, but it was 1 foot in. It's 1 foot in from the curb because we're in an older access road that doesn't have any place to legally put this sign. So I'm technically in violation. I've been tagged by Jason. And so anyway, one of the things is we have doubled our walk-in service on Saguaro because people have seen the sign and they said, oh, I meant to stop by. They stopped by the business expo. Oh, I saw your sign and I'm coming by and it's good to meet you and everything. So they aren't our only source of revenue, but they are very important to us. I also sent an email to the council, mayor, vice mayor, that I hope you had a chance. I did get comments back from some of you. Thank you. And that you, I just hope that you take the agenda 5 as recommended by the Science Subcommittee and make those changes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Marcy. Trustee Thomas?
Good evening. As you know, I'm from a Fountain Hills-based community planning firm that develops land use and community planning strategies throughout the Southwest. We develop general plans, economic development plans, and zoning ordinances to promote vibrant communities that people want to live, work, and play in. Fountain Hills is not the first master plan community I've worked in or lived in. In fact, in my adult life, I've only chosen to live in master plan communities. Before moving to Arizona, in fact, I worked for arguably the best master plan community, the Woodlands, Texas. I'm extensively familiar with the use of covenants, deed restrictions, development standards, and zoning ordinances and how they are used both effectively and ineffectively in preserving character, protecting property values, and enhancing viability. It is common that in the finest master plan communities, sign placement, use, type, and kind are narrowly defined and are strictly enforced. Building, parking, and signage design standards are potent elements in creating a desired community aesthetic because they are the largest visible built elements. In our sparse deserts, where there's often little vegetation or native structures to compete with the built environment, the impact of these assets is even more important to analyze. I remain steadfastly opposed to the proposed changes to the sign regulations in the town's zoning ordinance. Compliance remains a problem and that alone should provide great pause as any consideration for these expansions. And as you know, proactive code enforcement was eliminated with the last round of budget cuts over the last several years. I do not support the expansion of A-frame signs. I support the use of A-frame signs in close proximity to the business itself. Chalkboard A-frame signs, for example, that announce a special promotion or provide an opportunity for a quaint and comfy feel, allowing pedestrians a brief glimpse into what the store might offer. However, in fact, last night while I was walking downtown with my daughter for the Halloween festivities, we saw a really effective and attractive A-frame sign that was outside of Noni's. However, during this prolonged experiment, the signs I've seen in the right-of-way create a cluttered view, overleaf, compete with each other, and provide a potential safety hazard by impeding the view at intersections. The expansion of event banners, as proposed by the Sign Review Committee, nullified the use descriptor event altogether. As recommended by the committee, the banner would be placed for basically a half a year, and which would certainly promote a permanent placement using a product that isn't intended as such, and I feel the same way for church uses. I agree with the recommendations by staff not to allow contractors to use banners instead of hard signs. Again, this is a classic element of what sets quality communities apart from average communities. Fountain Hills is not and should not seek to become an average community. And as staff notes, no requests have been made, and thus this is a solution in search of a problem. I also agree with staff that any type of neon sign should be denied, and further agree that electronic message signs and commercial should not be allowed for commercial and industrial use. My understanding is that taken as a whole, these changes would make for the most lenient sign policy in the region. What a scary thought that is. I encourage council to remain steadfast to the value of a master planned community, resisting the recommended changes to the zoning ordinance. I've heard rumors that those who support the expansion of signage, that these changes would help fill the empty storefronts throughout our town. Unfortunately, though, in my professional experience, signage does not remedy the concerns we hear and observe in our community. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Audra. Mayor, the last speaker is Michael Miller.
Hello, I'm Michael Miller. I own a couple of businesses in town, and the signage, unfortunately, fortunately, is the only thing that has been helping us in business. If you take the signage out, we might as well just close our doors. There are a difference between 3, 4 customers or 5 customers or 6 clients a month, and the signage makes that difference. If you want to shut it down, you might as well just close down our doors. This town really, honestly, we need the help as much as we can get. And honestly, if the staff has something against it, if they own the business in this town, neon sign, banner sign, A-frame sign, they would have put whatever they could on those streets to make it client and bring some customers in. And again, I'm a foreigner. I don't understand half of this. But all I know is the signage makes a difference for us. As a business owners, if you take them away, there is nothing. It's the difference between the food stamp and the signage. Which one you guys decide to do? It's up to you guys. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Michael. That's it. All right. With that, I will close public hearing. And we'll go on to number 6, consideration of ordinance 1207 as just presented.
Yeah.
Yes,
Can I make a
Councilwoman.
motion, please?
Want to make a motion?
Yes, please. I'd like to move to approve the text amendments to Chapter 1 definitions and Chapter 6 sign regulations of the zoning ordinance as presented with the amendments recommended by staff with the following exceptions: 608F regarding the contractor signs and 608P regarding the neon signs to be approved as recommended by P&Z.
Is there a second?
I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
All right.
Mayor, I have a question about my own motion, which has to do with the neon signs. Bob, maybe. So it looks like staff in the one part said that they pretty much wanted to eliminate them, but then they are later talked about in the window sign part. So are they actually still allowed in interior with your recommendation?
The staff would recommend that they not be allowed at all.
Okay.
The P&Z recommendation is to allow them with any type of message in windows.
Okay. That is exactly what I meant.
And right now, they are limited to a certain size, is that correct?
Correct. They would still be limited to that same size.
And how many can they have?
They can have up to 6 square feet. They can have one that says open and one that has their company logo on it currently. The change would allow them to be any message. They'd still be within a window, still 6 square feet.
Okay, but limiting a certain sign, the size of it, and considering that most of the businesses are pulled back from the road a certain distance, there's really not that much that they could actually write on those besides open, closed, maybe a restaurant might write bar on it. You really wouldn't be able to see it from the road. So it seems that limiting the sign size limits what people could actually say on it. So we are limiting the size already. I know that a lot of the businesses do like the neon signs because you can see them from the road. And as it starts to get dark out, the store's a little dark, it tells people whether they're open or closed. It might make the difference between somebody actually coming in or not coming in at that hour, thinking that they're opened or closed. I don't like when a business leaves the open sign on and they're really closed, so they really have to pay attention to that. But personally, I don't have any problems with the small neon signs because they are small and they're only limited to the certain size, which doesn't really allow them to say very much on them. So even though they're content neutral, there's not much you can do except have a few letters. Anyone else want to comment on the Councilwoman Dickey?
Mayor, thanks. So just to let me clarify, that's what I think I'm attempting to do is to add those back in as recommended. And then I have another question about the fines. There's nothing about the fines in here, right? We're not changing that.
There were some original recommendations, but this recommendation is to leave the fines alone.
Okay, thank you.
Bob, maybe you should just kind of Yeah, I have some questions about the A-frames. I noticed that there are some streets
with the business community, as far as putting it 3 feet back. It used to be 1 foot. So are you going along, is staff going along with the P&Z recommendation of 3 feet? Or are you okay with the 1 foot?
Yeah, well, yes, staff went along with P&Z recommendation. Currently, they're not allowed in the right of way at all.
Mm-hmm.
The original recommendation from the committee was to allow them within the right of way and to allow them within 1 foot, or if they had balloons or other attachments, they had to be 3 feet.
Mm-hmm.
P&Z voted to just go with the standard 3 feet to make everything consistent.
Oh, so that's just to make it consistent. Yeah, I'm just concerned about some of the business areas where that would take away their right to have the A-frame. I know Powell's Inn doesn't have a place to put it. Plaza Fountainside also wouldn't be able to do a 3 foot because that would hit the sidewalk, and the frontage road on Saguaro, that's a big area there. So if it was just a matter of making it consistent because of balloons, I would just rather see the A-frames stay as they are with the 1 foot rather than do the 3 feet. And I also had some comment on the fact that there might be some shrubbery or something else which, if they had to put it 3 foot back, would make the sign difficult to see. So this gives them a little bit of leeway to the 1 foot. Would anyone else like to comment on any of that related to the A-frames? 1 foot, 3 foot? Yes, Councilwoman Hanson?
One of the reasons that we've been working on this is to try and help businesses be in compliance because of the very reasons that you were talking about, Mayor. And I feel very firmly that we should give the 1 foot a try because we know there's a number of existing businesses that can't comply. And if one of our goals is to achieve compliance, then I think we need a little bit more flexibility to help make that happen.
Anyone else?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Yates.
This is the 3rd time I sat on the sign committee. Without going too much into detail, my big push right now is, I've stated before, I'm a commercial real estate developer, and I am just down to the point where I'm bringing some other developers to our town, some other restaurants, and show them around. And it is inevitable that I get asked, and again, it's perception, but I get asked, is Fountain Hills so difficult to deal with? And I laugh and shake it off and kind of go through some of the things that we have all tried to get over this perception. First off, especially for our television people, we're not difficult to deal with. This is an excellent town to do business with, but unfortunately the perception still exists. In some black and white numbers, about 51 cents of every retail dollar is being spent over the hill right now. Even if you take away auto sales, we're still down around 43 cents of every retail dollar. So it's too significant not to pay attention to this. It's not doing well. Obviously, it's an enforcement issue and it's a compliance issue, and unfortunately, we're kind of reaping the negativity because over the last almost a year, we haven't really been enforcing it because we're trying to get through this. So unfortunately, we're getting stung. So at this stage in the game, I'm more apt to lean towards the side of leniency here with compliance and enforcement. Obviously, we may need to make some other provisions to make sure everybody complies. But with a dark sky ordinance and trying to promote yourself at night, it is extremely difficult to see when places are open to even realize that they're open with all these other things that we're battling against. So my personal feeling is, with the exception of maybe the contractor signs, even though I'm a contractor, is I would go with what the committee recommended on every single case here. There's no reason, and even the 2 years, to call it an experiment. What I like about the sunset clause is that it's just that, right? That gives us 2 years, it gives the businesses 2 years to work it, to comply, and it gives us 2 years to kind of see how it's going to work. 1 year, I agree with you. I was in the bar restaurant business for a while. It's difficult to plan that far ahead on some of these things when you're given a limited time, and I love the sunset clause because you can always make corrections. Unfortunately, it's not the best system, but it's a system we have. So my recommendation, I'm sorry?
Is that an amendment?
Well, yes.
Second.
I amend the amendment.
I think we have a motion and a
Madam,
second on
yeah,
the
Madam Mayor,
floor.
we have a motion and a second on the floor that is the main motion. So when we have an amendment that actually wipes out the main motion, we need to vote the main motion up or down and then make the next one, rather than amending it with something that completely
Okay.
eviscerates.
In that case, I'll rescind my amendment.
Well, I guess with A-frames, there's also, if it's the 3-foot back is for the A-frames, what about real estate signs? Is that included in that?
All those types of signs are made consistent to be 3 feet back. The garage sale signs, the A-frames, the open house signs, all of them.
Yeah, I can see that as a problem with the real estate, with where they have to put their signs for directional. And I guess the other issue with the A-frames is to allow someone who has 2 frontages to have 2. That's an issue also, that they're asking that they can have 1 sign on each
That's a
frontage?
recommendation that's supported by P&Z and staff.
And that is supported, okay. And the other issue would be how long they can stay out, 7 to 9 or 6 to midnight. Now, 6 to midnight is the committee's recommendation?
Yes,
Yes. And right now, is it 7 to 9?
yes it is.
Okay. So that's another issue, 7 to 9 versus 6 to million. Anyone like to comment on that part? Yes, Vice Mayor Boucher.
I'd just like to make some general comments. First of all, it's quite interesting sitting here listening to the input, and I certainly appreciate it, and I appreciate the work that the committee has done. As Councilman Yates mentioned, he's been on 3 committees, and it's this council and previous councils that actually commissioned those committees to take a look at signs and sign ordinances. So there is a deep concern there, and constantly looking for. When I look at creating a policy, which is what we're elected to do, it's very important that I look at balance. A balance between business interests and a balance between residents' interests. I'm somewhat disappointed that there was so little and probably virtually no representation from the residents. Now, as an elected official, I observed that. I sat in some committee meetings, and I made a point of, I've received a lot of feedback from residents regarding their concerns in this regard. So, my point here is that we need to look at balance, and that's what I'm wrestling with. And I think the committee's done a good job. I think staff has done a good job, and I think we have a pretty balanced product here. But now some of the things we're talking about are like really pushing the envelope, and I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable because this is something I would really like to support. The question for me, at the end of the day, as an elected official, is this community friendly? Now, what I find interesting is we talk about perception, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again. We create our own perception. And as business owners, if we continue to telegraph the fact that Fountain Hills is not business friendly, frankly, that does not help us. And I'm sitting here listening to the pleas to do certain things, and I sit here and I say, wow, this is a pretty decent product, and thank you for the work on it. I mean, if you're in business, you have an opportunity to have a fascia sign, a frontage sign, which over the years we've continually increased the size of that. You can have monument signs. You can have neon signs. You can have A-frames. I don't think we're talking about taking A-frames away. I would agree, however the amendments come down, move it back to 1 foot, that makes sense. And you go through these banners, balloons, sign walkers. That's one of my favorite ones, sign walkers. So, there's a lot of opportunities here, folks, and we're just trying to come up with something that is reasonable, balanced, and community friendly. And we've made a lot of strides, and you guys have made a lot of strides.
last evening I made a point after the Halloween ceremony to spend a lot of time driving around Fountain Hills. And there's a lot of signs that are lit up at night. We have electronic signs, but they're not electronic message signs. And compliments to all business owners, they're very tastefully done. It's very difficult to come down Saguaro Boulevard and not understand what Saddle Bronc is or why they're in business, because there's some rather large tracer signage out there. So in terms of, let's all work together and staff needs to get with it, we need to look at something that's community friendly. And I think what we have in front of us is that. I think it's probably more heavily weighted in favor of businesses versus residents based on the feedback I've received. But the one bridge too far from me, and for residents, because I see the representation there, so my goal is to solicit input from business as well as residents. The one bridge too far are electronic message boards. I hear that it's new technology, it allows businesses more flexibility. I would support electronic bulletin boards if we got rid of everything else. But I think there are ample opportunities and more to do what you do. And the other side of that, for folks that are sitting out here that I recognize that are in business, people know you're there already. People know you're there already. We're looking at neon signs, we're looking at monument signs, we're looking at A-frames, we're looking at balloons, we're looking at banners, we're looking at sign walkers and more. So there's a lot out there. But once again, when it comes to electronic signs, I find it interesting that in a work study session, the council was in favor of that, and it goes back out and comes back in, and all of a sudden it's back in the mix. We talk about electronic signs, that it's not a level playing field because churches and schools have them. My concern and the concerns of residents with respect to electronic signs is the proliferation, if you may, of electronic signs. It's comparing apples to oranges when you leverage an argument that churches and schools have them and businesses can't. Because the potential for that proliferation among schools, 5, and churches is 12. And just one more comment. Council has received recently a report from a previous economic development administrator, and it was a survey of retail establishments. Currently, we have 216 retail establishments in town. That's a sizable number for a small town. And that's not counting all of the other business segments out there. So the bottom line is you have a tremendous amount of businesses in this town. You have the potential to all have A-frames. That's awesome. But I have a hard time, and most people that talk to me, creating that opportunity for those to be electronic signs when we have dark skies. I mean, my concern with electronic signs is simply the potential for how many you will have out there and the concentration. The concentration. Churches are spread out, schools are spread out. Those things are pretty benign, those signs, and most of them are done in very good taste. But it's the concentration. I came down Saguaro Boulevard last night and everything's lit up. Looks very nice. We know businesses are there. Daytime, you do all these other things. Plenty of opportunities. Electronic signs, stacked up one after the other. I had an opportunity to visit a small community 3 years ago. This small community, it's in the Northwest, they were struggling. And what their town council did is they said, okay, let's go electronic signs. 3 years later, half of those businesses are out of business, not because of signs, because of the economy. And half of those signs are sitting there, and the ones that are working, it just is really not very attractive. So I can certainly support everything we have here. And I think it is a tremendous piece of work, and there's a tremendous amount of tools here. But when we go to electronic signs, it's just simply a bridge too far from it. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I also sat in on the first sign committee with Sal and Sherry. It's amazing that we're all still here, huh? The biggest problem, whatever, 10 years ago or 12 years ago, was compliance, and that, in essence, is still the problem today, is compliance. And we have let Fountain Hills run on free range now for 18 months, so my assumption is, without any enforcement at all for 18 months, what you see today is as bad as it will ever be. And with that being said, when we do have some enforcement and we do clean up the illegal signs and the non-conforming signs and truly make it fit the ordinance, and I will support the motion, but when it's all truly cleaned up, Fountain Hills will be okay. But I've got to tell you, I'm going to be an advocate of bringing on another enforcement person to go out and clean up what our sign committee for the last 18 months has put together. Because enforcement is still the problem. And until it's enforced and everybody's in compliance, our town is going to look junky and trashy. And it does. And Gene, once again, brought some pretty good photographs of that. So, I too will, as I said, will support the motion. I too feel that signs, the A-frame signs being a foot off the curb, 3 foot off the pavement, would be a better solution than 3 foot off the back of the curb, but however we want to handle that. And to Councilman Lejay's concern, that is also my concern, truly my concern, but I work through it by saying, if Fountain Hills has had no enforcement for 18 months, it's not going to get that bad. I don't think we'll see that many more electronic signs. I think the one that's non-conforming, no permit, we should hook a chain onto and just pull out of the way and let them start all over with a permit, but we can't do that. But I so disagree with the non-conforming, non-compliant signs. I think it's criminal. It's the law. We've got 15 people that sat in for a year and a half to make it, and I will support it. But I will also tell you that I will be a huge advocate in enforcing this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, I think we need some clarification on the motion, because the motion as it is would back like 3 foot from back for A-frames. So I think we need to either clarify the motion, or if you want to change the motion for, if you want to withdraw it, and then we could put one together as we go along and see, the different parts. We're hearing message signs, say we want to take that out, put that in. It's your motion.
Mayor, the motion that I made is basically what staff is recommending. So that exactly would mean no electronic. It would mean the 3 foot, but I'm okay with the 1 foot. It would mean the neon was allowed though, because I made an exception for that, and it would mean that the contractor signs were allowed. So basically, it's what staff recommended except for those 2 items. But Andrew, if we passed what I said, then others would have to make amendments to it, or how would that work?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Dickey, if for instance, the one consistency it seems to be stated over and over is 1 foot instead of 3 feet, that would need to be an amendment to your motion prior to adopting it in order for that to go into place.
Okay.
Or you could amend your main motion, the second could agree, and
Go ahead.
Should we, Madam Mayor, should we hear the motion?
That's why I wanted to clarify it with the parts
I thought
to
the
it.
motion
Yes.
was as the Planning and Zoning Commission had recommended,
No.
not staff. Did I misunderstand that?
It says written here, the motion is written here. The motion is written is by staff.
So we need to clarify, because that would have been, yours would have included 3 foot back, I guess the sunset thing at 12:13, the time 7 to 9, not allowing tell me if I'm wrong on this, not allowing the two frontages, just allowing
No,
one?
no, it allows that.
No?
It allows the two?
It does.
Okay. All right, don't, calm down. I was just taking notes here. It was just to have an exception to the neon, so it would allow the neon, but then we hadn't even discussed banners yet, so that would keep the banners at the 2.5 days a month
No.
No.
7 days.
It's everything in red, if I may.
at 7?
7 days.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I could, with the permission, is there some way on these, it's like the top 6, top 7, understanding the motion on the table, but maybe go in as a council and go in and let's do item by item? I hate to make more work here, but it's gonna get confusing, and potentially she could pass something that she didn't want to, or vice versa.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Yates, the way to do that is with the main motion on the floor, make individual motions that adopt differences to that main motion. So if, for instance, your recommendation is for electronic message signs, you'd make a motion to amend the main motion to include those.
We can vote on
You
that.
vote on that one and
And then-
move on to the next one.
okay.
That's the cleanest way to do it.
Madam Mayor, I think that's the way we
And
should
that's
proceed.
before we vote on,
Yeah.
okay.
Maybe I'll just withdraw it, because I don't think it's gonna be supported. So I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. Okay. So, the other way we can do this is if we could start agreeing on,
We're still gonna need a main motion.
we're still gonna need.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make the main motion to accept the signed ordinance as written and advised by the sign committee.
Okay, the motion is accepted by the sign committee, and it's been seconded.
And we can still amend things
Yes.
out.
And we can still amend things, now we're amending things out rather than in. Okay, now we'll start it. Is there any speaker cards on this?
Mayor, I have one more card. Did you want to take more comments from the public at this time, or?
The motion's on the table. I think we should.
Well, it's six. Yeah, it's okay, just one. It's only one?
Only one card.
As long as it's not a repeat.
No, it's just really brief. I was just some maybe direction from the audience on what to do, and forgive me, none of us have eaten out here, so we're a little ravenous. I just wanted to say what Councilmember Yates just said. Maybe we should take it one by one. I think what everybody is wanting to have is what the committee put forth, not what the P&Z or staff has suggested. So maybe that's a good way to do it, is go through what the committee wanted one by one, and let's remove or add like that. Just like what he said. So thank you for hearing me.
Madam Mayor, that is the motion.
That is the motion, and it's been seconded, and now we will have discussion on that motion.
let's-
So what we are doing is, do you want a list?
I got one.
You have a list, go ahead. He's made a list
Uh,
of all the things that
Section
are...
6.08B, A-frames, the 1 foot, I mean, that's was, but, do we want to adjust the hours?
Okay, now we have, okay, so the one...
That was the only other item that was somewhat, I think everybody agreed with the 1 foot, which is great, but now with the hours to give any discussion or any strong
Committee
feeling.
hours were 6 to midnight. Was the committee 6 to midnight?
Committee was 6 to midnight.
And your motion is on the committee, so...
I said with the committee, but since
Right,
we're
so
talking
right
about it
now,
line
we're
by
talking
line.
about 6 to midnight, and we take it out if we don't want it, and it goes back to 7 to 9. Discussion, opinion?
Is that an amendment to the motion? Because
No.
his motion is...
No, I'm not changing it, I'm opening discussion on, is everyone okay with the 6 to midnight as advised, or do we want to change that line item?
Mayor, my preference is to do what planning and zoning and staff recommended there, which was keeping 7 to 9. So is that being
So
amended?
that would be an amendment to his motion.
Yes, and we
All
can
right.
vote on that separately.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
And all in favor of reverting back to the 7 to 9, just on that one item?
Aye.
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 Nay.
Nay.
Okay.
All right. 4-2?
We need a roll call.
Councilmember Hanson?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Lejay?
Aye.
Councilmember Dizzy?
Aye.
Councilmember Yates?
Nay.
Councilmember Brown?
Aye.
And Mayor Kavanaugh?
Aye.
4-2.
Okay.
No, I
May I
think I...
proceed?
Keep rolling, keep rolling. You may proceed.
Section 6.08, F, contractor signs.
Are we safe with anything?
Yeah, that was the only two issues. No?
You still have the extension, whether it's 1 or 2 years.
1 or 2 years.
Wasn't that overall? Oh, I'm sorry, you're correct. 2-year extension, okay.
Mayor, I would like to read something that was in the Times and then make an amendment to put it back to 1 year or keep it on 1 year, which is, the Times had said in the ad hoc committee, somebody mentioned that this was a, cross-section in the committee, but I think as Councilman Leger pointed out, it might not have been, have as much representation for residents, and I've lived here 29 years. The ad hoc, this is from the Times, the Ad hoc Citizens Committee has been working on this ordinance since 2011, and its proposal appears decidedly pro-business in terms of loosening many of the current regulations. That's great as long as it's balanced with legal concerns, safety issues, etc. There are many, many ways to market a business, and signage is just one of them. Now's the time to study the issues, but what got me was kind of the last thing when what Betty said, which is the Commission and Town Council need to weigh all sides, not just the business communities, otherwise residents could be driving around in 6 months wondering what happened to our landscape. So it doesn't seem unreasonable to me to keep it at 1 year in case that is a realization. As you can see, that a lot of residents have not come tonight. If we look at some of the things that we got in emails, I got several emails for people that didn't want this. Excuse me? Excuse me, I'm just trying to reasonably speak this out, so just let me continue if you don't mind. So anyway, I did get some input. I got input, 9 emails one way, about 8 the other way, and 2 of the emails in favor of it were people who sell signs, so I kind of, and don't live here, so I sort of kicked them off. So I really need to try and be a voice for some of the people that weren't on the committee. So if it's unreasonable to ask for a year sunset, I'm sorry, but I think that a year is a pretty good amount of time, given the history of non-compliance that we've had in the town. So I would amend the motion that says accepting the committee's recommendation for 2 years. I would amend that to 1 year, December of 2013, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do you have any discussion on it?
Mayor, just respectfully, for the same reasons I'm sorry, I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I know some of the reasons why the business people would like it to be 2 years, longer than the 1 year, is because, first of all, banners and aprons are very expensive, and they have to invest in these. And they would like to know that if they invest the money in it, and they do it the right way, and they comply, that they will be allowed to use these for at least the 2 years. And I don't like to penalize the good businesses just because of the ones that are violating. So if we make it to 2 years, we aggressively go after the violators, and we allow the law-abiding businesses to have it for the 2 years to invest their money in it, I don't see that that's a problem. I think non-compliance, we can handle that. So I would be against that amendment. Any other discussion?
Second.
Yeah, any other discussion on that? Okay, then we need a roll call vote on that, please.
Councilmember Dickey?
Aye.
Councilmember Brown?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Leger? Councilmember Yates?
Nay.
Councilmember Henson?
No.
And Mayor Kavanaugh?
Nay.
3-3, fails.
It fails. It's a tie. Okay. All right, so we're back to 2014. You can, now,
608D, event banners. Again, the motion on the table is to accept it as the sign committee. Probably the biggest thing here is the 7 consecutive days versus the 14 consecutive days. There was some lengthy discussion here. It was even proposed about 30 days, but I think the happy medium in the group was we don't want it to be that 365 days a year, anybody could do that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Not 14 consecutive days.
It's 7.
The 7 consecutive days was P and Z brought up. The committee recommended 14 days in 2 increments of 7 consecutive days. They don't have to be all consecutive.
Right, I apologize. But I meant 2 weeks per month.
P and Z is non-consecutive. As currently drafted in the ordinance, it's non-consecutive.
Okay.
It's 7 days. That's not what the.
That's the P and Z. But again, the
P&Z recommendation, let's be real clear, the P&Z recommendation is for 7 days, not consecutive. It's 7 days whenever they want them throughout the month.
No, it says it, no.
That's over the staff report.
That's incorrect in staff report.
right. BDET hasn't made the motion on the table is to accept the review committee, so it's 14 days.
2 7-day
Correct.
periods.
Councilwoman Dickey.
Mayor, I have a question. Now, what kind of compliance and what sort of enforcement challenges would that give? Because obviously there's a lot of moving parts here if there are 2 different times for every single business.
Right. The way that, as of last meeting, when town council eliminated the temporary use permits, they became over-the-counter permits that are issued by staff. So when a business wants to hold these events, they would bring it in the dates and times and the signage and whatever events they're going to be holding in there. So they would tell us what those 7 consecutive days are going to be in any given month, or 14 days in the case of whatever they're doing. And then we stamp it, we give it to code enforcement so they don't go out there and tear them down.
So, Mayor, and maybe Councilman Brown, you could help me. What do you think the chances of being able to enforce the 14-day twice a month for all these different businesses that are?
Once again, I'm going to be an advocate of bringing on another enforcement agent. So maybe they can split weekends where we actually will have somebody on the street on the weekends, just opposed to being the 4-day work week. I think we need to look at how we're going to do the enforcement. But if we're going to give all of this away, I think it's got to be enforced. Now, to answer your question, I don't think there's any way to enforce it.
Mayor, I'd like to amend it to be 7 consecutive days per month, please.
Is there a second?
Giving it a try.
Amendment dies for a second. So we are,
So moving on.
moving on.
608F.
There's one more thing on the banners.
I apologize. Go ahead, Bob.
The current ordinance allows for 14 days. The committee had recommended, and as well as P and Z, to go to 30 days for grand opening banners.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have any problem with that.
I'm fine with that. Any discussion? I'm happy. I apologize.
He's tired.
I haven't eaten either.
He didn't eat either. All right.
People's on a roll.
And also on the banners.
Go right ahead.
Also on the banners. The sunset clause, you're going to keep that the same as the A-frame? Because the banners and A-frames are both affected by the sunset clauses.
Okay.
Ma'am, if I may, I was going to ask this question earlier about sunset, if I may defer to our town attorney. Andrew, does that extending of sunset give us any issues with respect to 207? Because I know that's one of the main reasons why we did a sunset clause, not to punish people, and it's more than likely you're going to have your signs to use forever, regardless if it's a 1-year or 2-year. I mean, that's reality. But is there a 207 concern there?
Madam Vice Mayor, Madam Mayor, and Mr. Vice Mayor, also no meal. As long as it's a sunset, it doesn't matter whether it's 13 or 14. It's the same effect.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
And that's it. Okay. There's no amendments, so go on.
Bob, is there anything else in that one?
So are you up to?
608F, contractor signs?
And the committee's recommendation is?
Was to allow a banner. I don't think it was strong one way or the other, but,
I don't have any problem with that. Councilman Brown.
Several thoughts on that. On a commercial job site, which we don't have very many of those left in Fountain Hills. I feel like the commercial job sites warrant banners. I don't feel like residential job sites do. But then I have to turn and ask the question, if we have wind, if we ever construction fence up and we put wind screening up, and the wind screening has our logo and our company name and the phone number on it, is that considered a sign?
Yes.
Then I would have to say that is signaling, taking the contractors off the chart, and we should allow that. We should leave banner signs for contractors. If it's good for every other business, why is it not good for a contractor?
All right, so is that an amendment?
Actually, the original amendment.
So that's what it is.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Okay.
The original.
Sorry, I'm getting a little confused where we are here. All right, so that's leaving it as is. Okay, no one has an objection to that. No one wants to make an amendment to that. Okay, go on.
608P, neon signs. Basically, as directed by the committee, that you're allowed the 6 square feet of whatever you want at a neon.
Planning and Zoning Commission also agreed with that.
All right. Everybody's okay with that? Go ahead.
608 double C, electronic message sign. My only comment here is that this I feel is market driven. There's a huge investment necessary for this. I don't see a nail salon wanting to apply for a monument sign. I think there's other tools, as Councilmember Leger pointed out, that they can use. And the whole concept here is to provide as many tools and then let the market prevail and let them decide who should use what and how they're going to use it. Depending on your business model, obviously a law firm probably isn't going to have a streetwalker out there, as we finally refer to. Then again, how to bring in business. But my personal feeling is this is market driven and the market will prevail, and I just don't see this to become a problem unless it's somebody who invests huge money in something and then they'll budget that accordingly.
Bob, I have a question about those messaging signs. Are we talking about shopping centers that would have one, or each individual business can have one?
Each individual business.
Okay. Okay. Councilwoman Dickey.
Thanks. This would not have a sunset, right? So if we do this,
Correct, that's not proposed.
and every single, however expensive or not, I mean, you can have a message board that changes, it's not that expensive. So we're really looking at saying any business that wants an electronic message board with changing messages can do it. And we cannot take this part back.
Madam Mayor, bear in mind there's setback requirements and some other things of that nature where you are on your property. And if you're a tenant, you're going to have to get the landlord's okay to do this because it's their property.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Leger.
I move to amend not to allow electronic message signs.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I'd like just a bit, and I'll keep it brief. I kind of went on my tirade a little while ago. With any policy, once you allow it, it's fair game. And just envision coming down Squirrel Boulevard. Once again, I said I am not opposed to electronic signs. It's the volume and the concentration. And yes, every business can have one. I remember when we started talking about A-frames many, probably the first year I was on council. Well, there won't be that many. So if you allow signs, then anyone can have one. And, for large shopping centers, we do allow monument signs, and there's a new one across from the middle school. It's extremely attractive, and actually what's kind of cool about it is it promotes the businesses that are behind the businesses. Believe me, I've seen communities that have gone to this as a solution, and you're absolutely right, they're really expensive. So you should see some of the signs they purchase really cheap, electronic message boards, so it can go both ways. I think once again, as I said earlier, I'm in favor of all this stuff, but this is a bridge too far for me. And Mary, you just responded to a criticism of Fountain Hills about, what was it, Twinkle Hills, or Twinkie Hills, or something like that. It's Vegas Hills if we start allowing electronic bulletin boards all up and down Saguaro Boulevard and in these concentrated areas. It will happen. It will be a reality. Anyhow, thank you.
Can you just clarify the restrictions on that by the committee, where that it would shut down at 10 o'clock? No, could you just go over those?
CC. Yeah. Electronic message signs must be on-site. They may not resemble traffic signals. Flashing or changing text or graphics must stop at 10 p.m. And to reduce nighttime glare after 10 p.m., the background color must be darker than the text. Those are the four stipulations.
Mayor?
Councilman Brown?
Not allowed in the right of way, correct?
Correct. Those would be permanent signs.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Lejay?
Thank you. Just one more comment on this. We know we have a non-compliant electronic sign in Fountain Hills, and that sign has, from a residential perspective, not a business perspective, there's been a tremendous amount of complaints about that for a variety of reasons, particularly if you drive down Saguaro Boulevard in the evening, particularly late in the evening. So the question I wanted to ask earlier, but I think this is a good time to ask it. Councilman Brown, you're asserting that we are going to, like never before, we're going to monitor all this stuff and hold people compliant. I've been trying to hold someone compliant for a non-conforming sign for over 3 years and it's still there. So the question I ask is, if I may defer to either our Julie, I'm going to wake you up over there, or Ken. What's the cost of an additional code enforcement officer? Because our code enforcement officer right now is completely inundated with what I would consider more serious issues. So, we're looking at a position, and we're also looking at pavement management, we're also looking at medians, we're also looking at bonds on Saguaro, and we are cutting staff, and we probably will be continuing to cut staff to make these infrastructure amenities work. So what I'm hearing is a little pie in the sky. What's it going to cost us to have another code enforcement officer? I frankly think we're going to need 2 more.
Fringe salary, 50 a year.
Yeah, that's not bad. So we can get 2 for $100,000.
Yeah.
Does that include benefits?
Yes.
That's 20% benefits.
Let's say that. Julie, do you have anything to add? Approximate?
Okay. So.
All right, we have an amendment and a second right now to take out the message signs as recommended by the committee. Can we have a vote on that, roll call vote? This is to not allow message board signs.
Councilmember Hanson?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Lejay?
Aye.
Councilmember Dickey?
Aye.
Councilmember Yates?
Nay.
Councilmember Brown? And Mayor Kavanaugh?
Nay.
Fails, 3-3.
Anything else on that? Then lastly, 608FF.
What's that?
Oh, the sign walker?
There were no differences
There was
on
no,
that.
okay.
Anything else?
That's all I had.
That's it? Okay, I think we
Just another comment. Do we need to vote on sunsetting on electronic signs? Because you've now approved electronic message boards forever. So there's no stepping back from it. And if you try to ask if a future council looks at removing electronic signs, they will be basically sued by every business owner in town. So I'm wondering if, Andrew, would that be a separate motion? How would you deal with that?
It would have to be a separate motion to add that language to CC.
Well, that's insane. I don't think I'm going to move in that direction because electronic signs are there, and if someone purchases one for whatever, $10,000, I'm not gonna ask him to rip it out, so forget I even mentioned it.
We're gonna vote on the main motion now with all the amendments that mostly didn't pass, right?
Yes.
I mean, I just wanted to say that I regret, because I thought when this first was presented to us and the planning and zoning the first time, and the way it was something I could support. I felt, good about it. This is quite, even as it was quite a compromise as far as, the sort of aesthetics and the sort of things that the standpoint that I come from. And it's not just from some, someone who doesn't want the businesses, that does not have anything to do with wanting them to succeed. But I am also a consumer, and I've lived here a long time, and I've lived a long time. And I know why I shop places, why I go places, why there are certain places in town that I always return to. And I gotta tell you, it doesn't have to do with whether they have an A-frame sign or a balloon or any of those things. On the other hand, I certainly appreciate if someone's in here who doesn't live here, say, guys, I want a cup of coffee or some ice cream or something and drink, I want to see something's open. So I absolutely understand that. And I really, really wish that I was coming pretty much more than halfway able to support it, but now, unfortunately, and obviously it'll pass, but I can't support it, but I hope that doesn't translate into some of the rhetoric that we've heard, because that's not what it's about. Thanks.
Mayor, if I may.
Vice Mayor.
I think I've made my position perfectly clear. This ordinance has moved very much to the interest of the business community, as it should. I made it perfectly clear that I would not support electronic signs, and if people want to continue the trend of referring to myself or anyone up here as business unfriendly, well, I'll give you a reason for doing that, because I just can't support this. After my experiences in other small communities that have been proliferated by electronic sign messages, and the fact that the citizens have not had a voice in all of this. And one may ask, well, they should have come to the meetings. Well, I know citizens that went to the meetings, and those meetings were so contentious, they didn't want to go back to those meetings. As a matter of fact, they didn't even want to come here tonight. So once again, I can't find myself supporting this, and I think it's perfectly clear why. I supported 90% of this. I've stated the electronic signs for me and my constituents is a bridge too far. So hopefully you can respect that and respect the fact that this is not a community-friendly initiative. Thank you.
Okay, I'd just like to thank the committee for working, is it 3 years by now? Every
Year and a
single,
half.
2.5?
1.5 years.
Oh, 1.5. It seems like a lot longer. Maybe I was putting the two groups together, the one previously, and it would certainly be great if we could finally get to have this ordinance in place that will be clearly understandable to the business community, so there won't be any reason why they can't say, I don't understand the ordinance and that's why I didn't comply. I absolutely agree with Councilman Brown. Once this is passed, if it's passed, enforcement begins. And whatever we have to do for enforcement will happen. Because, okay, there hasn't been enforcement in the last 18 months, and like Councilman Brown said, it's not that bad. It could have been worse. But I think that now our job is, if this does pass, that we do the enforcement. And I'm sure that with the help of the Chamber of Commerce, with the help of the Business Alliance, we can start doing some education on this, make it very clear to the business community what the new rules are, and work towards compliance. And now we have Councilman Yates' motion is still, and the second. And we need a roll call vote on that. Yes, please.
Councilmember Brown?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Lejay?
Aye.
Councilmember Yates?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanson?
Aye.
Councilmember Dickey?
No.
And Mayor Kavanaugh.
Aye.
Mayor, 4-2.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Bob's probably the happiest person in the room.
Sorry?
Mayor, I think Bob's probably the happiest person in the room right now.
It's over.
See you again in 2 years.
Now what are you going to do? All right.
Sign committee's going to Disneyland, is that right?
We'll go on to item number 7 with a reminder to the public that public comment will be taken for items 7 and 8 on, during 7. During the 7. Okay, public hearing. I am open. Officially, public hearing related to ordinance 12-05, an amendment to the zoning ordinance to amend chapter 12, 16, and 18 to allow all restaurants to have outdoor seating areas in commercial or lodging zoning districts. Ken?
Mayor Kavanaugh, members of council. I'd like to ask the senior planner to give you a presentation on these two subjects. Thank you.
Well, hello, Bob.
Privilege presented.
Staff receives a lot of inquiries from local restaurants about whether or not they can create outdoor seating areas for their customers to use during the cooler months. Currently, the TCCD district downtown is the only district that permits non-enclosed outdoor seating areas. All the other commercial districts require that outdoor seating areas be enclosed. This includes most of the downtown, which is Zone C2. The CC, C1, and the lodging districts also have the additional requirement that special use permits are required. This ordinance amendment allows restaurants in the commercial and lodging districts to create on-site outdoor seating areas for their customers without requiring that they necessarily enclose their patio or that they obtain a special use permit. The amendment also applies to restaurants that serve alcoholic beverages, subject to the business's state liquor license, also allowing them to not enclose the patio. There is one catch. If there is a safety review required prior to the installation, and in cases where public safety might be compromised, the town will still require the seating area to be fenced or somehow otherwise protected, planters, shrubs, whatever. This public safety determination will generally be made administratively, could be made during a concept plan approval or during the building permit process, whichever is applicable to the situation. The ADA access requirements will not be affected. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted to forward a recommendation to approve the ordinance amendment, subject to a further amending the proposal so as to keep the special use permit requirements for the outdoor seating areas within the CC and C1 districts. This recommendation was made due to the definitions of those two districts, which specifically note that particular attention should be paid to the interface between commercial, professional, and residential uses within the same neighborhoods. Staff does not agree that these districts present any greater difficulties with their proximity to residential uses than the other commercial districts in town. Staff believes that the language within the zone definitions relates more to the desire to properly integrate mixed uses within the same development rather than to require that commercial uses relate to residential areas outside their development area. This slide that you see up on the wall shows the commercial and lodging districts in town are highlighted. The ones in orange are the CC and C1 zoning districts. As you can see all around the arterial streets, they are no closer or no further away from residential uses than the other districts in town. Requiring restaurants within these zoning districts only to get special use permits places additional and potentially unfair time and expense burdens on them. Any potential problems of noise, light, smells, or other types of disturbances, which are generally what SUPs are used to address, are already provided for in the other sections of the ordinance. Staff recommends that the council approve the outdoor seating area zoning ordinance text amendment as presented without the additional amendment regarding the CC and C1 zoning districts recommended by P&Z. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Do we have any speaker cards, Ben?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2. Sean White, followed by Frank Ferrara.
Excuse me. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Lejay, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Frank Ferrara, President CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. And I am in support, I believe the Chamber of Commerce is in support, I know it is, since I'm part of it, of this particular issue. I was here once before speaking for Carolyn Redendo, if you remember, about outside seating. And I think you and I had a talk about this separately, how nice it is to have outside seating. I've been in towns, and I'm sure we all have, well, I'm walking down the street and there's one table, 2 chairs. People are sitting there and really enjoying themselves. And it looks good. When you say, well, geez, they're right out there. No fence, no nothing. By the way, I am in support also of the non-fence for non-alcohol. But in safety measures, obviously we all want to be safe. But in any event, we do support this issue, and we hope the ambience is apparent for anybody that has gone to Italy, New York, or, New York, or any place like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone else? No, ma'am. All right. Any council want to comment on this before, or can I get a motion?
We're still in public hearing?
Yeah. They get a motion now, or close it first? Okay. Close the public hearing. Now I can get a motion.
So moved.
Second?
And all in favor of the
Mayor,
motion?
can we get a clarification? Is that the P&Z recommendation or the staff's recommendation of changes from P&Z?
Mayor, move to approve the proposed text amendments to chapter 12, 16, and 18 of the zoning ordinance relating to restaurant outdoor seating areas as recommended by staff.
And that included all the areas, correct? All of the Cs?
Yeah, the only difference between staff's recommendation and P&Z's was the special use permit for the CC and C1 districts.
All right.
Second?
And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mayor, 6-0. All right, number 9, we have no report.
Mayor Kavanaugh, I move the council only to say that I have citizen contact tonight based on parked cars, and we will start enforcing a zoning sign code in December.
All right, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Aye.
All in favor? Any opposed to adjourn? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone who came out today to see.